Chapter 1648. Wang Lin stood on the statue, and his gaze swept the world. He saw the familiar faces among the rays of light closing in. He saw the determination in those familiar faces and heard the roars of determination from those people who were willing to risk their lives. Among them were people Wang Lin was familiar with. There was his disciple Sher San, his servant Big Head, his brother Situ, Senior South Cloud, and many more people he knew and had seen before. These people were all looking at Wang Lin. Their gazes met and seemed to be connected by a sense of hot blood. That hot-bloodedness would not dissipate just because one cultivated the Tao for so many years. It would only settle down. It might seem to have disappeared, but in a truly critical moment, when the country was on the verge of destruction, that hot-bloodedness would explode out. Come with me to subdue the mountains and rivers of the inner realm. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and stepped off the statue. His white robe was as white as snow, and his flowing white hair gave off a dazzling glow under the sunlight. Inside this light, Wang Lin's body turned into a ray of light, and he charged into the stars. Behind him, Situnan, Master South Cloud, and company followed closely. They fused with the heaven-shaking howl and formed a heaven-shaking rumble. Behind them were the thousands of inner realm cultivators. Without a word, they all used spells and followed after Wang Lin. This scene was extremely spectacular. From afar, it looked as if countless meteors were rising from the earth. They carried with them a heaven-defying aura, a domineering aura that wanted to destroy the heavens, and a sense of pride that didn't look back as they charged out of planet Suzaku and into the stars. It was as if under the lead of the white-robed Wang Lin, they could charge out of the stars and break the cage of this world. They could walk out of this false world and head into the endless beyond. Wang Lin was at the front like a peacock spreading its tail. As he moved forward, his divine sense was spread out. His eyes were cold and filled with monstrous killing intent. He was going to kill. He was going to kill all the invaders in the inner realm. He was going to kill until rivers of blood flowed. He was going to kill until the world changed colors. This killing intent erupted from his body. Wang Lin hadn't felt this strong in a long time. He still remembered that the peak of his killing intent was when he destroyed the Tang family in Suzaku. Today, after 2,000 years, this killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's heart once more. This time, he was doing it for himself, but also for the inner realm. He, Wang Lin, was not a hero, and he didn't want to be a hero. He was just an ordinary cultivator, a cultivator that had caught up to this war. He understood the word responsibility. He understood his responsibility, and he understood the meaning of the title Lord of the Sealed Realm. He wasn't going to be the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He was going to be himself. He was going to break open this world and walk out of this cave. Anyone who tried to stop him would have to bear the monstrous killing intent and anger from Wang Lin. If the sky obstructed him, he would destroy the sky. If the earth obstructed him, he would destroy the earth. If people obstructed him, he would kill them. He had to have the determination to break open this world and walk out of this cave. Resolving the war between the inner and outer realms was only the first step. However, if he couldn't do this first step, then there was no need to talk about leaving the cave. As Wang Lin moved forward, the thousands of cultivators behind him followed. This group of people flew through the star system, creating a shocking sound wave that echoed across the star system. In the brilliant void, a lot of outer realm cultivators had died to Wang Lin's arrow, but there was still some left. At this moment, as Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, the entire brilliant void was shrouded by it. In Wang Lin's eyes, the remaining outer realm cultivators had nowhere to hide. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, there were dozens of outer realm cultivators millions of kilometers before Wang Lin. They all had different marks between their eyebrows, and they were all panicking as they quickly fled. They were going to the Luo Tian star system because most of the outer realm cultivators that had entered the inner realm were in the Luo Tian star system. The other 3 star systems only had people stationed there. However, before these cultivators could fly far away, they immediately heard the howling and rumbling sounds coming from behind them. Their hearts trembled, and they fled even faster. One of the young cultivators subconsciously looked back as his heart trembled. He saw a white figure appear in the starry sky behind him. That white figure was like a ray of light, and in an instant, it completely appeared in the young man's field of vision. The young man only took one glance and only saw the white shadow flash by. Then his vision blurred, and he fell into darkness. When his vision became clear again, he felt the world spin, and he saw his group of outer realm cultivators. He saw that at the back of the group, there was a person without a head. That headless body was very familiar to him. In an instant, his eyes were filled with disbelief, and his vision collapsed. Everything he saw turned dark. At the moment it was completely dark, he saw one last image. In that image, a young man with white hair and wearing a suit made of mortar took a step forward. His palm was like a blade, and as he withdrew it, he stepped forward. The dozens of outer realm cultivators didn't notice at all and didn't know that one of them had died. It wasn't until Wang Lin walked forward and waved his right hand that thunderous rumbles echoed. 4 outer realm cultivators let out miserable screams as their heads flew off. Blood splattered everywhere and landed on the bodies and faces of the surrounding cultivators. It wasn't until this moment that the remaining outer realm cultivators reacted. They looked back in terror, and this look lasted for an eternity. Wang Lin's body turned into a ray of white light as he passed by the group of cultivators. His hand rose and fell, and in less than 3 breaths of time, he walked out from the pile of flesh and blood that had been turned into pieces. His white robe wasn't stained with blood at all, and his expression didn't change at all. As he left, dozens of dead heads appeared behind him. Their eyes were wide open, and their expressions were frozen with shock. These heads are far from enough. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked forward. Shortly after he left, the cultivators arrived. They saw the blood and corpses floating among the stars, as well as the lingering killing intent and smell of blood. Wang Lin's footsteps didn't stop at all. As he moved forward, all the invading outer realm cultivators in the brilliant void found it difficult to escape death. Many people didn't even realize they were dead until Wang Lin grabbed their heads. Wang Lin's cultivation level was far higher than theirs. In terms of who killed the most people in the world, Wang Lin wasn't number 1, but he definitely killed a lot. Even he couldn't clearly remember the exact number. In this chaotic world where the strong preyed on the weak, if you didn't want to be killed, then you had to kill. In the depths of the brilliant void, 2 outer realm cultivators were fleeing in panic. They looked very similar, but they were compatriots that were rare even in the cultivation world. These 2 had a bit of fame in the ancient star system. The 2 of them attacked at the same time, and their coordination was unparalleled. Although they were only at the 2nd Heaven's Blight, when they worked together, even a 3rd Heaven's Blight cultivator would be forced to retreat. These 2 brothers were cruel by nature. After entering the inner realm, many inner realm cultivators had died to them. The 2 of them had a hobby, and that was to kill enemies with lower cultivation levels than them. But at this moment, the 2 brothers were like stray dogs, and their faces were pale as they fled hastily. They felt a terrifying pressure that seemed to have locked onto them from afar, and no matter how they tried to hide, they were unable to escape from this pressure. This pressure gradually turned into a blade of death that hung above their heads. It was as if it could fall down at any moment and take their lives. Under this pressure, the 2 of them almost went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot as they escaped like crazy. However, just as the 2 of them roared and fled with all their might, a flash of white that represented death appeared behind them. That flash of white was a figure that was slowly walking toward them. His pace wasn't fast, but it was faster than lightning. With one step, he closed in on one of them. This figure was Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he waved his right hand at the terrified person beside him. Cuckoo! The other person let out a mournful roar and actually gave up on escaping. He charged at Wang Lin. These 2 brothers had lost their parents when they were young and were raised by wolves. They were like one and almost never left each other's side. Then they were chosen by a wolf clan cultivator and were given their clan mark. They were taken in as clan members, and now they were here. In the past, it was only the two of them who cruelly killed others, but today they were Wang Lin's prey. Just as the roar echoed, a head flew into the air and blood sprayed everywhere. The blood covered Wang Lin's figure until it passed by Wang Lin. Two heads flew into the air. Brotherly love is respectable, but if you kill my inner realm cultivators, you must die. Wang Lin stepped forward, and two more heads that couldn't close their eyes appeared among the hundreds of heads behind him. As Wang Lin swept through the brilliant void, none of the remaining outer realm cultivators survived. The places he walked were filled with blood. The stars he walked through represented slaughter. The hundreds of heads that couldn't close their eyes and had their origin soul sealed behind him felt as if they had sunk into hell. They couldn't break free and could only follow Wang Lin. After leaving the brilliant void and entering the border of the summoned river, Wang Lin slowly said, "It's too quiet. The update is over. Please forgive me, fellow cultivators." Chapter 1649. Just as Wang Lin's words echoed, the originally dim eyes of the hundreds of heads behind him suddenly shined brightly. At the same time, miserable screams echoed like a soundstorm. These miserable screams were filled with indescribable pain. When they entered the ears of others, they would be scared out of their wits. Even the bolder ones would be shaken and their faces would turn pale. It was impossible to imagine what kind of pain could cause these heads to let out such miserable screams. As the miserable screams echoed, black blood flowed out of the orifices of these hundreds of heads. As this blood flowed out, an extremely dense smell of blood filled the area. These heads all contained the origin souls and souls of the dead cultivators. Only their bodies had died, but their heads weren't. Instead, they were experiencing karma, life and death, the reincarnation of true and false. Their heads contained Wang Lin's three ethereal essences. As these essences spread out, it was like they were in a dream. They were going to experience their miserable past, whether real or illusory. Using the three ethereal essences to make these heads suffer endless pain. This wasn't Wang Lin wanting to torture them. This was the beginning of Wang Lin's first step of slaughter. This beginning involved a formation. This formation was something Wang Lin had comprehended after fusing his three great essences together. He had never used it before, and this was the first time. This array formation was the origin array formation. Its name was very simple. It was called the life and death true and false karma formation. This scene was extremely tragic, and only monstrous hatred could be used without any hesitation. Although Wang Lin hated the outer realm, it wasn't this strong. However, after he found out that this world was only a cave, a monstrous resentment was squeezed out from his heart. This resentment was the root of his slaughter. He hated the heavens, hated the earth, hated the celestial sovereign that controlled the fate of all life. Now that the outer realm had invaded, these outer realm cultivators had to bear Wang Lin's anger. Too many people have died in this war, so Wang Lin, don't care anymore. I'll go kill more cultivators. Since you all want to kill and use slaughter to achieve a certain goal, then I, Wang Lin, will help you all. I want to see what you all are looking for. Too many people have died in the inner realm. Now it is the outer realm's turn. Endless miserable screams echoed in Wang Lin's ears. His expression was calm as he stepped toward the summoned river. The summoned river had fallen into the hands of the outer realm twice. There were many cultivators from the various clans of the outer realm stationed here. These cultivators were extremely cruel. A large amount of cultivation resources had been stolen by them, and a large amount of female cultivators had been used as cultivation furnaces. The blood of countless cultivators had been scattered across the star system. Just as he entered the summoned river, a dense smell of blood spread out. The killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. His sixth essence, the slaughter essence, erupted from his body and shrouded his body. Countless pieces of red snow that alternated between real and illusory appeared around Wang Lin. These red snow filled the area, and as Wang Lin moved forward, crackling sounds echoed. The star system behind him was frozen, and there was a monstrous, cold aura. Wang Lin's eyes turned slightly red. As he moved forward, his divine sense spread out and shrouded the entire summoned river. Just as his divine sense spread out, the aura of a third-step cultivator came from the depths of the summoned river. This aura was filled with shock. It was obvious that it was caught off guard by the appearance of Wang Lin's divine sense. If it was before the dream Tao, Wang Lin would have frowned, but now he didn't even look at it. This aura contained the power of a late-stage spirit void cultivator. However, in Wang Lin's heart, he had even dared to kill arcane void cultivators, so he didn't care about mere spirit void cultivators. In a flash, Wang Lin didn't go to find the aura of a third-step cultivator, but appeared outside a cultivation planet. There were several outer realm cultivators on this planet. Most of these cultivators were cultivating with their eyes closed, and some were having fun. They were forced to cultivate with cultivation furnaces, laughing like crazy, or killing mortals. Some were devouring the essence blood of the inner realm cultivators they had captured. All kinds of things flashed in Wang Lin's mind as his divine sense swept by. His eyes were fierce and intersected with the red light, making him look ferocious. Coupled with the miserable screams of the hundreds of heads behind him, Wang Lin was like a devil that had walked out from the underworld. These people deserved to die. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and his right hand stretched out. His fingers formed a palm, and he pressed down on the cultivation planet. With this, a thunderous rumble came from the planet. Countless specks of dust flew into the air and shrouded the planet in a cloud of dust. At the same time, exclamations echoed. The many outer realm cultivators on the planet suddenly opened their eyes and were filled with terror. They quickly flew out to see what was happening. The moment they appeared in the sky, they saw a storm of dust covering the earth. The dust connected to the sky, making their vision blurry. It was like the end of the world. A pressure that made everyone's minds tremble descended from the sky. It formed a suppressive force, and under this suppressive force, a majority of the outer realm cultivators coughed out blood. Their eyes became weak and filled with fear. What kind of power is this? Who is it? Could it be that a third-step cultivator from the inner realm has arrived? But the third-step cultivators of the inner realm are all in the Luo Tian. Who could have passed through the layers of seals and come here? There were also many outer realm cultivators who were cultivating with cultivation furnaces or were abusing the inner realm cultivators and mortals. At this moment, they all broke out in cold sweat and rushed into the sky. However, just as they arrived in the sky, they saw a scene that terrified them to the extreme. They saw a giant palm appear in the sky. This palm covered the entire sky and caused the earth to darken, as if it was night. Sunlight was blocked. Light was blocked. All light was blocked by the palm, causing the world to sink into darkness. There was also a mark inside this giant palm. This mark was sometimes blurry and sometimes clear. If you stared at it, your mind would become a mess. That mark was a door, the 10,000 void bone gate, formed by endless white bones. After this gate was destroyed, it was imprinted in Wang Lin's palm and became an eternal existence. The moment the thousands of cultivators on the cultivation planet saw the palm print, the fingers of the giant palm slowly clenched as if it was going to form a fist. As it did so, the minds of the thousands of cultivators rumbled. Strands of smoke-like aura were extracted from their orifices and shot into the sky. If a third-step cultivator had an essence, then the karma print would extract essence. It wouldn't affect life and death, but if one's cultivation hadn't reached the third step, then the karma print would extract the soul, origin soul, vitality, and all the ethereal things inside the body. The karma print was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, the sky changed colors and the clouds scattered. At this moment, Wang Lin's attack, filled with killing intent, was heaven-shattering. As the palm formed a fist, it turned into a huge fist under the thousands of confused gazes of the cultivators. The fist didn't land on them, but pulled them back. As it did so, the screams of the cultivators echoed in the sky at the same time. Those miserable screams echoed across the entire cultivation planet and eventually turned into a thunderous rumble. The bodies of the thousands of cultivators in the sky suddenly collapsed. Their heads separated from their bodies and flew into the sky. The heads turned into rays of light and appeared behind Wang Lin. Outside the cultivation planet, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist. Countless vitality, souls, origin souls, and other ethereal things came from the planet and gathered in his fist. He waved his hand, and the thousands of origin souls returned to their heads. They were sealed and immersed in life and death, true and false, and karma. The miserable screams behind him echoed once more. These were the miserable screams of the thousands of heads, and they echoed across the star system. A mere few thousand is still not enough. Wang Lin turned around and walked toward another cultivation planet he had seen with his divine sense. In the depths of the summoned river, the third-step cultivator from the outer realm moved his divine sense and formed a shadow. His original body locked onto Wang Lin and rushed over. This was only because Wang Lin wanted this person to come and had allowed him to lock onto him. Otherwise, this person wouldn't be qualified to find Wang Lin at all. If one comes, kill one. If a group comes, kill a group. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, and the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. He hadn't killed enough and wasn't satisfied yet. As he moved forward, another cultivation planet appeared before him. This planet was in ruins and was shrouded in a shocking amount of death aura. It was obvious that a lot of life had once lived here, but now it was filled with death. In the ancient star system, there was a clan called the Underworld Clan. They absorbed death aura to cultivate, so they lived in places with the strongest death aura. This cultivation planet was given to them by the Sovereign Council due to their contribution in this war. The Underworld Clan was only a small clan in the ancient star system. At this moment, most of their clan had gathered here from the outer realm and made this their new clan. There were countless bubbles giving off a gray glow floating inside the death aura. There were inner realm captives inside the bubbles, and most of them were women. One of them was Zhou Zihong. Her eyes were closed, and she was unconscious. Her face was pale, but her clothes were still intact. It was at this moment that rumbling sounds could be heard from the ground, which was filled with the aura of death. A huge rift opened up, and a gravitational force came from the rift, pulling 300 air bubbles toward it. Zhou Zihong was among them. The Celestial Renegade Alliance has such glory because of you. Thank you. Celestial Bear shows the way. Min Fan, Warm Out, Autumn 4, you're the eternal song in my heart. My husband, Lord Tyrant, and fellow cultivator Ice Snake for becoming the Celestial Renegade Alliance's leader and helping Wang Lin sweep through the outer realm as a third-step cultivator. Er Jin is honored, and only the immortal celestial body is given to him to express his gratitude. This book was provided by the Chidian Chinese Network by Er Jin. Chapter 1650. Through the hazy mist of death, one could see a bald man in purple sitting cross-legged in the depths of the crack on the ground. The man's purple robe wrapped around his body, and on top of his bald head, the faces of mournful souls protruded from time to time, letting out soundless screams. As he raised his hands and waved them outwards, the 300 air bubbles flew towards him. The bald man suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a strange light. He stared at the inner realm cultivators inside the 300 bubbles and revealed a cruel gaze. Only in the inner realm can my underworld clan have a chance to rise. The more people die, the stronger the death aura, and there are also these living souls to devour. If we were in the ancient star system, we would definitely be punished by the Sovereign Council. A satisfied smile appeared on the man's face. With a wave of his sleeve, the 300 bubbles suddenly exploded one by one. The collapse of the bubble caused the 300 female cultivators of the summoned river to be exposed to the hazy aura of death. Their expressions became distorted, and they revealed expressions of pain. Their bodies slowly withered the moment the bubble collapsed. Bursts of vitality came out from their orifices and gathered around them to form shadows. These shadows looked like origin souls and looked the same as their original bodies. Zhou Zihong's expression was twisted. Her eyes were closed, and her body trembled. Life force rapidly spread out from her body and condensed into a shadow. As the bald man's eyes lit up, Zhou Zihong's origin soul shadow charged at the bald man along with the rest of the shadows. Underworld, devouring extreme bliss. The bald man let out a roar and waved his hand. The 300 origin souls moved even faster and closed in an instant. Just as he opened his mouth wide and was about to devour, a cold snort suddenly rumbled through the world. That cold snort was like a thunderclap. As it rumbled, it turned into a storm of sound that shook the area. The bald man's body trembled, and the arms he stretched out collapsed. When they were reduced to flesh and blood, he coughed up blood and retreated with an expression of shock on his face. The 300 origin soul shadows and the female cultivators from the summoned river, who had their eyes closed, all trembled and opened their eyes. They looked around with confusion in their eyes. Who is it? Which third-step cultivator has come to the Underworld clan? Old man, patriarch of the Underworld clan, I don't know how I have offended senior. Please. The bald man's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. As he retreated, his heart pounded in terror. The other party had only let out a snort and caused his arms to collapse. It had also dealt a heavy blow to his mind, causing his blood to churn and his origin soul to almost collapse. He was at the fifth heaven's blight, so he immediately recognized that the other party was a third-step cultivator that he couldn't provoke. However, he didn't understand how he had offended this third-step cultivator and why he was being punished. He didn't even think about the fact that this person wasn't from planet Taiji, but was an inner realm cultivator. He knew that most of the inner realm cultivators were in the all-heaven star system. They were making their final struggle and would never come here. In his panic, before he could finish speaking, his eyes were replaced by a white light. He looked up through the crack and saw a white-haired man in white walking out from the mist filled with the aura of death. The man's expression was gloomy, and several heads floated behind him in the death aura. Miserable screams rang out from those heads, causing the bald man's heart to tremble. His pupils shrank as he stared at the white-robed man. He felt that the white-robed man's appearance was extremely familiar. You are. A rumble went off in the bald man's head. He was stunned for a moment, but the familiar feeling he got from Xiao Chun made him remember someone. The instant he remembered that person's name, the bald man immediately let out a cry of disbelief. He retreated madly and let out a low howl. Underworld clan members immediately escaped from this planet. Quick, quick! There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his right hand reached at the void. A giant, illusory hand appeared and shot toward the retreating bald man. In an instant, the moment the man finished speaking, the illusory hand grabbed his entire body. It clenched tightly, and the bald man let out a miserable scream before his body collapsed. However, his head remained intact with his soul and origin soul sealed. When Wang Lin withdrew his right hand, it became one of the thousands of heads behind him. At the same time, the auras of nether spirits rose rapidly from all over the cultivation planet. Each aura represented a nether spirit. After they appeared, they looked confused, but without any hesitation, they flew into the sky and scattered in all directions, intending to escape the planet. Although they didn't know what had happened, the Patriarch's orders were like the heavens, and they would carry them out without hesitation. Wang Lin turned around with a cold gaze and waved his right hand. Thunder shot out from his right eye, and a bolt of lightning shot out from Wang Lin's right eye. It split into countless bolts and rapidly spread out in all directions with his right eye as the center. At this moment, lightning bolts intersected on the pitch-black cultivation planet, and thunder rumbled. Each and every one of the lightning bolts was like a deadly tribulation that slammed into the fleeing nether spirits, annihilating them and bringing them back with their heads. Miserable screams of death echoed on the planet. Wang Lin didn't pay them any attention. He looked at the 300 origin souls that were still in a daze and gently waved his sleeve. The origin souls immediately returned to their bodies. He stepped out of the rift, and the moment he walked out, bolts of lightning returned from all directions. When a number of heads behind Wang Lin reached 10,000, the bolts of lightning entered Wang Lin's right eye. In just a few breaths of time, all the underworld clan members on the planet had died. Not a single one was left alive. While floating in the air, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed down on the earth. A monstrous rumble echoed, and the endless death aura on the earth surged like a monstrous wave toward Wang Lin. In the end, the endless death aura gathered in Wang Lin's right hand, which represented death. It turned into a ball of fog that rapidly rotated. When the death aura was taken away by Wang Lin, the earth regained its vitality. The many bubbles inside the death aura all burst, allowing the summoned river cultivators to regain their freedom. After withdrawing his gaze from the earth, Wang Lin grabbed the death aura in his hand and walked toward the sky. He mercilessly waved his hand, and the ball of fog shattered. A shocking death aura rushed into the sky. "Since you're here, then don't leave." Wang Lin's voice was indifferent as he looked at the death aura in the sky. The sky distorted, and a middle-aged man walked out. The middle-aged man was wearing a Taoist robe, and his expression was extremely solemn. After he appeared, he formed a seal with both hands, and a tortoise-shell shield immediately appeared before him. The shield was 1,000 feet tall, and it covered his body, causing the death cyclone to land on the tortoise-shell shield. Thunderous rumbles echoed. As the tortoise-shell shield trembled, cracks appeared on it, but it didn't shatter. Instead, it was pushed back with the middle-aged man. "Lord of the Sealed Realm Wang Lin, you didn't die." The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock as he retreated. He had only locked onto Wang Lin's divine sense, but couldn't see Wang Lin's appearance. Now that he had arrived from far away and saw Wang Lin destroy countless Outer Realm cultivators, he wanted to retreat. However, before he could leave, he was forced out by Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't say a word, and killing intent filled his body. He charged at the middle-aged man and instantly closed in on a shield. He raised his right hand and mercilessly smashed down on the shield. There was a thunderous bang, and even more cracks appeared on the shield. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated in terror. "You deliberately lured me here. You hid your cultivation level." The power of this palm allowed the middle-aged man to clearly feel the terrifying aura from Wang Lin's body. His heart pounded like crazy. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of killing Wang Lin, but to escape. However, Wang Lin had lured him here, so he wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Wang Lin let out a cold snort, and his right hand fell once more. This palm contained karma, and it landed on a shield. Wang Lin clenched his fist, and the shield shattered into pieces. Strands of aura were extracted, and the middle-aged man suffered the same fate. The middle-aged man's face was pale, and after the shield collapsed, he retreated once more. His eyes were extremely serious. For him, this was a life and death calamity. He knew he wouldn't be able to escape, so he clenched his teeth and gave up on escaping. His hands formed a seal, and a red crack appeared between his eyebrows. Inside the crack was the Joss Flame Realm that had fused with his body. Just as his Joss Flame Realm opened, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed forward. "Stop!" With one word, the middle-aged man's body trembled. At this moment, Wang Lin stepped forward, and his right palm landed on the middle-aged man's chest. As the middle-aged man's body rumbled, Wang Lin's right hand landed between his eyebrows. With a bang, the middle-aged man's body trembled violently, and blood flowed out of his orifices. His eyes were filled with struggle and fear, and he trembled as he tried to break free from the stop spell. However, before Wang Lin, he didn't have a chance. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and his palms shattered the middle-aged man's mind. After sealing it, his right hand swept past the middle-aged man's neck. Blood sprayed out, and the middle-aged man's head and body separated. His body collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood, and his head was grabbed by Wang Lin. No one under Arcane Void is a match for me, Wang. Wang Lin turned around, grabbed the blood-dripping head, and walked toward the stars. Chapter 1651. Nirvana Void cultivators devoured Tao spirits to solidify their Joss Flame realm, and they needed a large amount of Joss Flame souls. However, this realm was only external. Only after reaching the Spirit Void stage could they fuse the Joss Flame realm with themselves. Then, they would become the world, and the Joss Flame souls would worship them. Then they would have supreme spells in their own world. Each of the 4 Void realms was extremely difficult to break through, especially from Peak Spirit Void to Arcane Void. It no longer required a Joss Flame realm, but an ethereal essence. Essences were divided into corporeal and ethereal. For example, the 5 elements of thunder and fire were all corporeal essences. Such essences could be seen and were easy to obtain. They didn't need to be comprehended much, and one only needed to fuse with many of their own to slowly reach completion. This was how Wang Lin's fire and thunder essences were. However, among the essences, there was another called an ethereal essence. Like karma, life and death, true and false, they couldn't be seen and could only be comprehended. Such essences were extremely difficult to reach completion because they couldn't be fused with and could only be comprehended. The reason there weren't many Arcane Void cultivators, out of the millions of cultivators in the Inner Realm, there were probably only a dozen or so. The main reason was because ethereal essences were difficult to obtain. If one had an ethereal essence when they reached the 3rd step, then there would be a lot fewer bottlenecks in the Arcane Void stage. However, there were simply too few people who had an ethereal essence when breaking through the Void Gate. As a result, if one wanted to reach the Arcane Void stage, they would have to comprehend an ethereal essence or steal it or comprehend it on their own. Although it was difficult to obtain an ethereal essence after reaching the 3rd step, over the countless years, many strange people had appeared, and they had slowly come up with a method. This method was very strange, but it proved that the wisdom of cultivators was often the same. Their method was to let the countless Joss Flame citizens cultivate in their own Joss Flame world. With the help of these almighty cultivators, the cultivation speed of these Joss Flame citizens would increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the Joss Flame citizens would create a reincarnation cycle in their own Joss Flame world. As a result, the Joss Flame citizens wouldn't even know that they were in an illusory world. With this, these Joss Flame dwellers obtained illusory power, allowing them to give birth to illusory essence dwellers over countless years. Once an ethereal essence appeared, it would immediately be devoured by the almighty being that raised it and become a part of itself. Because all of this was illusory, and because these Joss Flame dwellers were part of the almighty being's bodies, this devouring was perfect. Similarly, because the cultivation of these Joss Flame dwellers was illusory, even if they walked out of their respective Joss Flame realms, they would lose all their power and become mortals. Over the countless years, there had been people who had tried to find out if the world they lived in was also the Joss Flame world of a powerful existence. However, there was no answer. The only thing that could be verified was that once he left this world, his cultivation base would disappear and he would become immortal. That would be enough to prove that he was only a Joss Flame. However, if his cultivation level didn't change after he walked out, it meant everything was real. As Wang Lin walked through the stars of the summoned river, his divine sense withdrew from the head he had grabbed. When he grabbed the head, he had used the Soul Search spell and obtained a lot of memories from the middle-aged man. At this moment, he waved his right hand, and another head appeared among the tens of thousands of heads behind Wang Lin. This was the first 3rd step cultivator among the nearly 10,000 Outer Realms cultivators, but he wouldn't be the last. There were no more 3rd step cultivators in the summoned river. Even if there were, they were just dead souls. Wang Lin walked forward like a ray of light as he swept through the summoned river. Wherever he went, there would be a rain of blood. He was like a gust of wind sweeping through leaves, and countless heads flew into his back. The Outer Realm cultivators would often call for death with a flash of his white robe. As Wang Lin walked forward, the number of heads behind him increased. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, until the number of heads reached 50,000. 50,000 heads sounded simple, but if one saw it with their own eyes, it would be enough to shake the minds of all cultivators. This wasn't just a simple amount of slaughter. It was impossible to see it clearly, but rather, it was truly a sea of heads. The thick stench of blood was something that could be smelled even from far away. When Situ, Nan, and company arrived at the Summoned River, they saw that there were no Outer Realm cultivators returning to the Summoned River. As they walked past the cultivation planets dyed red with blood, the Summoned River cultivators joined in one by one. They followed Wang Lin's footsteps and flew forward. Wang Lin was in front, and they were behind. Although there were countless mountains, rivers, and endless stars between them, Wang Lin's existence was like the head of a sword. Wherever he pointed, everyone followed. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from the entire Summoned River. After confirming that there were no Outer Realm cultivators here, he took the 50,000 heads behind him. As the 50,000 heads let out earth-shattering screams, he entered the Cloud Sea. The Cloud Sea was the front line of the war, and a large amount of cultivators from both sides had died here. The moment Wang Lin entered, he vaguely felt the countless souls that seemed to be there, and they were all screaming. He closed his eyes, and after sensing for a moment, he suddenly opened them. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he stepped forward. The 50,000 heads floated behind him. From afar, it looked like a shocking sea of heads. 50,000 heads can form the life and death formation. As Wang Lin moved forward, most of the floating continents in the Cloud Sea had collapsed and were no longer the same. The continents that still existed were occupied by Outer Realm cultivators. These Outer Realm cultivators had been in the Cloud Sea for a long time, and because the Cloud Sea was the front line of the war back then, there were almost no Inner Realm cultivators left. They had all died. The entire Cloud Sea had become the Outer Realm's territory. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and instantly shrouded the entire Cloud Sea. Everything in the Cloud Sea clearly appeared in his mind. Looking at the Cloud Sea that had lost its sense of familiarity, the anger in Wang Lin's heart raged like a storm. His divine sense spread out and didn't hide at all. He used a domineering method to tell all the Outer Realm cultivators that he had arrived. In his divine sense, the Outer Realm cultivators guarding the continents awakened from their cultivation. They looked up at the sky in shock, and a sense of dread rapidly appeared in their hearts. Wang Lin's divine sense was like a giant wave that swept across the Cloud Sea. It was like a heavy hammer that hammered the hearts of all the Outer Realm cultivators. Deep in the Cloud Sea, on a rare cultivation planet. This planet was originally the heaven-breaking sect, but now it was in ruins. Endless green and purple seaweed grew on the planet. It was more than 1,000 feet tall, and from afar, it looked like the planet had grown hair. The entire planet was covered in endless green and purple seaweed. At the center of the planet, there was a giant branch that was hundreds of feet thick. It was a giant purple flower. It was more than 10,000 feet tall and was very conspicuous among the endless seaweed. It was as if the seaweed was born because of it. This flower hadn't bloomed, but there was a flower bud about 100 feet wide at the top. The flower bud was round and slightly transparent. There was a woman sitting cross-legged inside. She was very beautiful, and she was wearing a green dress. She was meditating. The aura of a mid-stage Nirvana Void cultivator came from the flower bud. Just as Wang Lin's divine sense swept by the planet, the woman inside the flower bud suddenly opened her eyes. There was a hint of shock in her eyes. When she opened her eyes, the endless seaweed on the planet moved. Far away from this cultivation planet, in the fog that connected the Cloud Sea battlefield to the Outer Realm, there was a floating continent. There were countless Outer Realm cultivators on this continent, and they were moving large stones to build a huge temple. The temple had already taken shape, and there was a statue on it. There were two huge black wings on the back of the statue, and the statue looked ferocious and dignified. This statue wasn't of a person, but a giant bat beast. There was a red-robed old man sitting on the head of the statue. The mark between his eyebrows was also that of a black bat. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense swept by, the old man opened his eyes in terror. He suddenly stood up and looked at the sky. His face immediately turned pale. At the same time, in the Luo Tian star system, hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators had gathered. There were also several third-step cultivators here, and some of them were the cultivators that had participated in the hunt against Wang Lin. These hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators surrounded the star system. They were densely packed and filled the entire star system. They all looked tired, but the ferocity under the exhaustion hadn't dissipated at all. Surrounded by these hundreds of thousands of cultivators was a formation formed by 999 planets. There were some inner realm cultivators on each planet, and they had been resisting for a long time. At the very center of the formation was a circular altar. The altar was shrouded in a hazy mist, and one could only vaguely see a person sitting cross-legged on it. On a cultivation planet, a woman with a cold expression bit her lower lip, and despair gradually appeared in her eyes. On another cultivation planet, Mu Bingmei's hair was tied up, and she was wearing white. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. On each of these planets, there were figures that Wang Lin was familiar with. They were all here. Today's third watch couldn't be considered the outbreak. The third watch would be early in the morning. Chapter 1652. Wang Lin was in the Cloud Sea. He didn't directly go to Luo Tian. He couldn't turn the tide of this war by himself. Even with the Li Guang Bao, he could only change the situation for a short period of time. He had to consider 3 years of time. 3 years from now, when the people of the ancient celestial realm come out, he would have to destroy the outer realm. All of this required the Li Guang Bao, and he didn't have enough celestial energy to pull the Bao again and again. This was why he knew of the crisis facing Luo Tian, but he didn't choose to leave. He wanted to slaughter all the outer realm cultivators in the other star systems. He needed their heads and origin souls to complete the strongest formation. As Wang Lin moved forward, he passed by continents. As the roars of death echoed, more than 50,000 heads appeared behind Wang Lin. When more than 50,000 heads appeared, Wang Lin waved his left hand and pointed at the stars. Left hand is life. After he spoke, the 50,000 heads moved at the same time. Half of them flew to the left and formed a giant vortex. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand, and the other half of the heads flew over, forming another death vortex. Wang Lin's eyes became serious, and his hands quickly formed seals. Restrictions flew out and entered the two vortexes. A moment later, Wang Lin let out a roar. The two giant vortexes that represented life and death immediately overlapped with each other. In the blink of an eye, they completely fused into one. Thunderous rumbles caused space itself to tremble. The fused vortex rotated like crazy and continued to expand. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, until it was more than 100,000 feet. This giant vortex rotated above Wang Lin, causing space itself to rotate with it. Life and death formation complete. Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of third-step mind blood. The blood turned into a red mist and fused with the giant vortex. Following the fusion, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. The enormous vortex had suddenly stopped rotating. Not only that, it had even started to solidify. In the blink of an eye, the giant vortex completely solidified. It floated in the sky and looked like a tree ring. There were flashes of red light, and a shocking aura erupted from it. From a distance, this solidified vortex looked like a tree ring, but it was more like a giant wheel. This wheel represented life and death. If it didn't rotate, it would survive, but if it rotated, it would be destroyed. What formed this wheel vortex were the 50,000 heads that let out miserable screams. Wang Lin jumped into the air and stood on the giant wheel. The wheel didn't rotate, but it continued forward. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as the wheel moved toward another continent. He was going to kill more people. He needed more heads and origin souls to form the second formation, the Karma Formation. As he rushed forward, continents collapsed before Wang Lin. All the outer realm cultivators died, and their heads were taken by Wang Lin. They gathered behind him to form a large mass. This represented death. The smell of blood around Wang Lin was still strong, as if a rain of blood was going to fall. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was filled with killing intent. After destroying thousands of outer realm cultivators on a continent, he continued forward. The number of heads behind Wang Lin gradually reached tens of thousands once more, but this slaughter wasn't over. Wang Lin's body flickered and his right palm fell. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the outer realm cultivators that were trying to escape were all blasted away. Blood sprayed everywhere as heads flew toward him. All of this didn't take a long time. It happened very quickly. As Wang Lin swept through, even more outer realm cultivators died. A moment later, a giant cultivation planet appeared before Wang Lin. This planet was covered in seaweed, and the aura of a third-step cultivator erupted from this planet. This planet was where the woman was before. After she noticed Wang Lin's divine sense, she didn't dare to attack and couldn't find a way to escape. She could only wait for Wang Lin to arrive. Then she would use this planet to battle Wang Lin. This cultivation planet was completely under her control. The countless seaweed on the planet came from her Joss flame souls. Although she wasn't confident she could defeat Wang Lin here, she could reach the peak of her life here. A sharp howl came from the planet as Wang Lin closed in. The moment this howl echoed, the countless seaweed on the planet began to grow like crazy. It went from 1,000 feet to 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, and eventually millions of feet. It was still growing and growing. In an instant, a very strange change happened to the cultivation planet before Wang Lin. It was something he had never seen before in his life. As the endless seaweed grew, it looked like the planet had turned into a head. The seaweed that had spread out of the planet and was still growing was the long hair of this head. The flower bud on the planet bloomed, and the beautiful woman's face was revealed. She murmured as she shrouded the cultivation planet, causing the mountains and rivers on the planet to change. With this change, some mountains collapsed, some protruded, some dried up, and some appeared out of thin air. As a result, as the surface of the planet changed, the cultivation planet before Wang Lin turned into a giant head. This was the head of a woman. As the surface of the planet changed, the appearance of the woman inside the flower bud appeared. This scene was extremely strange. The giant cultivation planet turned into the head of the woman. She was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were closed. Her hair was made of seaweed, and it moved without any wind. As it floated, it made her even more beautiful and gave her a breathtaking attraction. The mountain peak was her nose, the mountain range was her eyebrows, the canyon was her lips, and the sea was her eyes. All of this showed how shocking this woman's spell was. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked into the distance. At this moment, the eyelashes of the woman's head trembled and thunderous rumbles echoed. The trembling of the eyelashes was like the collapse of the mountains on the planet. As the eyelashes trembled, the woman's eyes suddenly opened. She ruthlessly stared at Wang Lin, and a scream that could collapse space itself came from her mouth. "Your spell is not bad, but your cultivation level is too weak." Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached at the void. The blood sword appeared, and he grabbed it. When he picked it up, fire burned his left eye, and thunder flashed in his right eye. Life and death, karma, and true and false essences appear between his eyebrows. The destructive power of a mid-stage spirit void cultivator fused into the blood sword in his right hand. The blood sword let out a heaven-shaking hum, as if it was extremely excited. It was as if it had been thirsty for countless years and finally had the chance to erupt with its full power in Wang Lin's hand. Looking at the woman's head that was letting out a scream as if she was chanting a spell, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He held the sword in his right hand and chopped down. When the sword fell, space itself rumbled and replaced everything. A ray of sword energy that could split the heavens flew out. It was endless and seemed to be able to cut all obstacles. It landed between the eyebrows of the head in the blink of an eye. The woman's merciless eyes collapsed and were filled with fear and despair. Her spell was interrupted, and the sword energy pierced through between her eyebrows. It split the planet and the giant head. There was a flash of light, and the sword light pierced through the woman's face, leaving behind a scar. Then, with a loud bang, her face was split into two. The original body of the woman on the flower bud was also separated. Her head was still in a daze as it was separated from her body. Wang Lin's right hand fell, and the blood sword dissipated. He no longer looked at it and walked past the planet. As he walked past, his left hand reached toward the head of the planet. The head of the woman that was separated from her body flew into Wang Lin's hand. He threw it far away. It wasn't until he was gone for a long time that the cultivation planet completely collapsed. The nightmare of the outer realm cultivators in the Cloud Sea had come to an end. Wherever Wang Lin's divine sense went, all the outer realm cultivators found it difficult to escape death. No one could stop Wang Lin's footsteps. He left behind a trail of blood and took away the heads with their souls and origin souls sealed. Soon, the number of heads behind Wang Lin reached 50,000 once more. After taking away the last outer realm cultivator's head aside from the fog from the Cloud Sea battlefield, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he looked into the distance. That was where the Cloud Sea battlefield was, the gap to the outer realm that was shrouded in fog. There was a floating continent there, and it was moving rapidly. The cultivators on it were all working at the same time, causing the continent to get closer and closer to the gap that led to the outer realm. Soon, it was far behind them. It wasn't until a long time after he left that the planet completely collapsed. The nightmare of the outer realm cultivators in the Cloud Sea had come to an end. Wherever Wang Lin's divine sense went, all the outer realm cultivators found it difficult to escape death. No one could stop Wang Lin's footsteps. He left behind a trail of blood and took away the heads with their souls and origin souls sealed. Soon, the number of heads behind Wang Lin reached 50,000 once more. After taking away the last outer realm cultivator's head aside from the fog from the Cloud Sea battlefield, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he looked into the distance. That was where the Cloud Sea battlefield was, the gap to the outer realm that was shrouded in fog. There was another floating continent there, and it was moving rapidly. The thousands of cultivators on it were working at the same time to get closer to the gap to the outer realm. When Wang Lin looked over, half of it had entered the gap and was in the ancient star system. You want to run? Too late. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the wheel that represented life and death flew out. It broke through the stars and charged toward the last continent. I'll use you all as a sacrifice to Wang's life and death formation. I'll end the slaughter in the Cloud Sea. In an instant, the fog above the continent that was halfway through the gap in the realm sealing formation was pushed back, and the life and death wheel appeared with a loud rumble. After it appeared, an indescribable pressure descended on the continent. The expression of the old man on the statue changed greatly when he saw the giant will slowly rotate once. Life and death, just one cycle. July will erupt like April and May, at least 80 cycles. July, I want to fight for first place. July, I don't want to be decadent. July, I want passion. I ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket to help me burn with passion for the last 6 months. Chapter 1653. The life and death formation evolved from the vortex. After it solidified, the wheel wouldn't move. If it didn't move, then life and death wouldn't move. If it moved, then life and death would reverse. As the giant wheel rotated, a thunderous rumble seemed to come from outer space. It broke through the void and spread across the star system shrouded in fog. With one revolution, life and death would be decided. A powerful pressure came from the wheel and suddenly suppressed the fragment that was halfway through the gap in the seal formation. This suppression suppressed life and suppressed death. Between life and death, it erased all souls and origin souls and collapsed all tangible and intangible things. The fragment trembled with a bang, and countless cracks immediately appeared at its edges. It crumbled into dust with loud rumbles, and as it continued to spread, it rapidly spread from the edges to the depths of the continent. Deafening roars filled the air. Almost in an instant, the cracks on the continent were like endless ravines. The roars spread out in all directions. The continent trembled even more violently as the wheel rotated. Many Outer Realm cultivators' faces turned pale, and they coughed out blood. Popping sounds echoed inside their bodies, and they looked like they were in extreme pain. Some of the weaker cultivators even had their bodies collapse from the suppression. Their origin souls were sealed in their heads, and they were thrown into the sky. There was also the huge temple at the center of the continent that was already in its embryonic form. At that moment, the temple trembled and cracks spread all over its body. As the wheel in the sky slowly rotated, it collapsed with a bang, stirring up dust and turning it into ruins. Blood flowed out from the corner of the old man's mouth, and fear appeared in his eyes. He struggled to let out a roar and jumped into the air. His hands formed a seal, and a black wind appeared around him. It turned into a giant mouth and charged at the motionless wheel. It looked like it was going to devour the wheel. In Wang Lin's view, this kind of behavior could only be described with one word: overestimating himself. This old man overestimated himself and dared to spit out Wang Lin's life and death formation. How could he be worthy of even one incense stick? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he let out a cold snort. The motionless wheel floating above the continent suddenly moved and slowly rotated once more. At the instant it turned, the old man's body was surrounded by black wind. The huge mouth formed by the black wind rumbled as it charged at him. It continued to grow until it was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It had barely surpassed the size of a life and death battle and was about to devour the old man. The old man had to do this. He knew he couldn't escape, and if he didn't risk his life, he would without a doubt die. Since he was going to die either way, why risk it? Once he won, not only would he be free from this life and death calamity, but he would also become famous. With a violent roar, the ghastly mouth formed by the old man suddenly swallowed the life and death formation. However, at that instant, waves of miserable shrieks came from the ghastly mouth. An astonishing power erupted from the ghastly mouth formed by the black fog. That power contained the power of life and death, as well as the power of suppression. With a bang, the mouth formed by the black fog collapsed. As it shattered, it tumbled backwards in all directions. From afar, this scene was extremely shocking. It was as if the clouds in the sky had been pushed aside. As the fog collapsed, the motionless wheel formed by the life and death formation appeared once more. At this instant, a powerful force rushed into the old man's body from the collapsing black fog. He coughed out blood, and his body fell to the ground. With a bang, he smashed into the ruined temple. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the continent, filled with cracks, trembled once more. A deep pit about 10 feet wide appeared where the old man landed. Inside the deep pit, the old man was covered in wounds, and blood dyed his clothes red. His expression was weak, and the fear in his eyes had reached a limit. He struggled to stand up. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin waved his sleeves and pointed down. The giant, motionless will suddenly pressed down 9 inches. 9 was a divine retribution that could shatter the heavens and earth. As it pressed down, the old man coughed out blood once more. His body was pressed down by a powerful suppressive force. He didn't have the strength to struggle at all and was smashed into the earth once more. The entire continent continued to tremor, and it began to crumble once again. Debris and boulders collapsed and flew in all directions, turning into dust. The remaining Outer Realm cultivators on the continent all collapsed and countless died. Only a few people with profound cultivation bases were sitting cross-legged on the quaking ground, resisting with all their might. Their faces were pale and filled with despair. The slaughter in the clouds sea is over. Wang Lin closed his eyes and waved his right hand. The rotating wheel that floated above the collapsing continent sank another 9 inches toward the continent as the rumble echoed. As the 9 inches descended, the old man, suppressed inside the pit, let out the last miserable scream of his life. His body exploded, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The origin soul and soul sealed in his head were blown into the air by the explosion of his body. The moment the old man died, the outer realm cultivators that were desperately resisting all collapsed and died. As all living beings perished, the continent completely collapsed. It shattered into countless pieces, but every single piece that scattered would shatter once more as rumbles echoed, until it was reduced to dust. Even a half of the continent that had extended into the gap in the realm-sealing formation couldn't escape destruction. It turned into dust and disappeared forever. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, the thousands of heads, including the third step old man's head, flew over and became part of the tens of thousands of people behind Wang Lin. After taking one last look at the cloud sea, Wang Lin turned around and walked toward the place he was going to go. That place was the Luo Tian. There were too many people Wang Lin was familiar with there. That place was where the decisive battle would take place. Wang Lin walked toward the Luo Tian. Behind him, the miserable screams of the tens of thousands of heads echoed across the stars. The motionless wheel formed by life and death followed him. Karma formation, power. Wang Lin's voice seemed to echo. The moment his voice echoed, the tens of thousands of heads behind him flew into the air. They rotated rapidly above Wang Lin and formed a giant vortex. Wang Lin raised his right hand and spread out his fingers. He pressed down on the vortex formed by the heads. The vortex rotated even faster, and the tens of thousands of heads merged together. It was no longer possible to see their faces clearly. Wang Lin's right hand slowly formed a fist. The moment he did so, the world rumbled and the vortex rotated rapidly. It turned into the motionless wheel formed by the karma and floated above Wang Lin. From a distance, it looked like there were 2 giant wheels above and below Wang Lin's body. He was in the middle, like a celestial god that controlled life and death and karma. His flowing white hair gave off a cold, murderous aura. Luo Tian. Wang Lin moved forward and disappeared with the 2 wheels. When he reappeared, he had stepped into the Luo Tian. In the Luo Tian star system, the remaining inner realm cultivators in the formation, formed by 999 planets, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators, all revealed tragic expressions. They knew that the inner realm had lost this battle. These 990 cultivation planets had been selected from the 4-star systems. They were the last foundation of the inner realm, but they couldn't stop the outer realm cultivators' spells from collapsing. They seemed like they could be destroyed at any moment. A heaven-shaking rumble that caused space itself to tremble echoed. One of the planets could no longer withstand it and exploded. It turned into a storm that swept the area. The continent of the cultivation planet shattered, and the seawater vaporized. The entire planet shattered into countless fragments, and the planet's soul dissipated like smoke. The moment the planet collapsed, the roars of the outer realm cultivators echoed. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators charged out and took out treasures. They launched another wave of crazy attacks on the remaining planets. This kind of attack had continued many times over the past few months. Although they couldn't break the planet formation, they caused many of the planets to collapse. At this moment, the number of planets here was no longer 999, but less than 300. The third step cultivators were all below Arcane Void. The Arcane Void cultivators didn't attack, but floated around and coldly watched. Their purpose was to prevent the inner realm cultivators from destroying the planet formation, to start a war of mutual destruction. There were a total of 5 Arcane Void cultivators. 3 of them were celestial imperial concubines. 2 of them had participated in Wang Lin's life and death calamity, and one of them wore purple and looked like a noble lady. In addition, Wang Lin was familiar with the other 2 arcane void cultivators. They were the old woman and the old man in black who had fought against him during the life and death calamity. Aside for the sovereign, the dead middle-aged man, and Heaven Master Void God, everyone that had appeared during the life and death calamity was here. With these arcane void cultivators here, the inner realm cultivators had tried many times but couldn't destroy the planet formation. They could only watch the planet formation be destroyed bit by bit. Aside from the arcane void cultivators, there were 7 other outer realm cultivators. Their cultivation levels ranged from nirvana void to spirit void. It was these 7 people who were leading the outer realm cultivators to attack the planet formation from 7 different directions. The thunderous rumbles echoed across Luo Tian's ears and shook his mind. Aside from these 7 people, there was a woman surrounded by a group of outer realm cultivators. This woman was extremely beautiful, as she coldly looked at the planet formation with a hint of worry in her eyes. She was Grandmaster Yin Luo's original body that had lost her avatar. Today's eruption will be the first to send out a new chapter, asking for monthly votes. I also recommend a friend's new book, Better Self's One Hand Covers the Sky. It just went on sale and needs an order. Everyone, please help. Chapter 1654. He won't die so easily. Was the future I divined real or fake? The worry in Yun Luo's heart became even stronger as time passed. She could never forget what had happened back then. During her divination, she had clearly seen the figure that had destroyed the ancient star system. At this moment, she could only suppress this worry. She raised her jade-like hand and pointed forward. The surrounding outer realm cultivators all charged forward. The outer realm army was like 8 sharp swords as they charged toward the last inner realm, the star formation. Thunderous rumbles continued, and shortly after, a heaven-shaking rumble echoed. Another planet collapsed and turned into a storm. The arcane void cultivators watching the formation waved their hands, making it so the storm couldn't affect the outer realm cultivators. Mu Bingmei stood on a cultivation planet with thousands of God Sect cultivators around her. After becoming the God Sect's sect master, Mu Bingmei had used her unique charm and Wang Lin's words to unify the God Sect. In the Battle of the Cloud Sea, the Battle of the Summoned River, the Battle of the Brilliant Void, and now, in the final battle, the God Sect had attacked with full force. After suffering heavy casualties, she, Mu Bingmei, had almost died twice. In the end, she survived, but only a few thousand cultivators remained of the God Sect. Sect Master, please head to the core altar. We'll be here. Beside Mu Bingmei, a white-haired old man revealed a sad expression and clasped his hands at Mu Bingmei. After he spoke, the surrounding God Sect cultivators all looked at Mu Bingmei. They all clasped their hands and said the same thing. Sect Master, please head to the core altar. We'll be here. Mu Bingmei's eyes were calm. She didn't look at the God Sect cultivators that had accompanied her in battle. Instead, she looked at the sky. There were tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators bombarding the planet. There was a planet formation between her and the outer realm cultivators. The outer realm cultivators were bombarding this planet. Once the planet collapsed, this planet would also perish. Among the outer realm cultivators, there was a young man in green. He was handsome but gave off a sinister aura. He had his hands behind his back, and countless beautiful women's souls surrounded him. These souls were the source of the spells. They let out mournful roars as they attacked the light screen. The young man's gaze penetrated the light screen and landed on Mu Bingmei. He revealed a smile. Beauty, you need to be scheming. The light screen will soon open. I heard you were one of the Lord of the Sealed Realms women. I've always been interested in other people's women. His words slowly came from outside the light curtain. Even the rumbles from the tens of thousands of cultivators couldn't suppress the echo of his voice. This young man was one of the 7 third-step cultivators below the arcane void cultivators. He raised his right hand and pointed at Mu Bingmei, who was on the cultivation planet, and smiled. "You're mine." Mu Bingmei's expression was calm, but there was coldness in her eyes. This young man was called Dao Feishan, and he was the head of the Outer Realm Dao Fei clan. He was good at dual cultivation and had a cruel personality. Many God sect disciples had died at his hands. Not only did this Dao Feishan like women, he even liked handsome men. Mu Bingmei had faced 2 life and death crises, and one of them was being hunted down by this person. If it wasn't for Qing Shui, she wouldn't have been able to escape humiliation. Sect Master. I ask Sect Master to enter the core altar. Old man, if the Lord of the Sealed Realm doesn't, he will die. If anything happens to the Sect Master, once the Lord of the Sealed Realm returns, The white-haired old man beside Mu Bingmei said anxiously, "I'm the God Sect's Sect Master," Mu Bingmei softly said, and her words were filled with determination. In the other direction, the woman in pink who said Lord doesn't know his concubine was also standing on the same cultivation planet. Behind her were the cultivators from the Cultivation Alliance in the brilliant void. Although the Cultivation Alliance had collapsed many years ago, there were still a lot of cultivators left. However, due to the constant war, there were less than 3,000 cultivators left. These 3,000 cultivators all came from the brilliant void. They looked tired, but they still stood there beside the woman in pink. Their eyes were filled with determination to die. Above them, outside the star formation, tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators were attacking like crazy. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Among them was a middle-aged man with a bare upper body. He had a ferocious expression on his face, and when he attacked, wind and thunder rumbled. Countless bolts of lightning and wind bombarded the star formation. His attack alone was comparable to the full power attack of tens of thousands of cultivators. This person was also one of the 7 third-step cultivators. He was extremely burly and looked like a ferocious mountain. He let out a roar and grinned as he led the tens of thousands of cultivators to attack the planet formation. The planet formation distorted and showed signs of instability. Is everything going to end? This is also good. The woman in pink hid deep exhaustion. She looked very weak, as if a gust of wind would blow her over. She withdrew her gaze from the sky and looked at the fellow cultivators in the brilliant void. She wanted to say something, but her words were interrupted by a thunderous rumble in the distance. A cultivation planet in the distance suddenly collapsed. The thousands of cultivators inside were all killed by the wave of a blue-robed old man's sleeve. Another cultivation planet was destroyed. This star formation was originally made up of 999 cultivation planets. Each planet would create a protective light screen, and when the 999 light screens fused together, they would have a terrifying rebound force. However, as the planets were destroyed and the planet formation shattered, the power of the planet formation was greatly reduced. The woman in pink turned her head and softly muttered, "Born as a member of the inner realm, dead as a soul of the inner realm. However, I still feel a bit unwilling. I still haven't told him who I am." The western part of the planet formation was about to collapse under the bombardment of tens of thousands of cultivators. Inside the planet formation, Shi Zifeng bit her lower lip and stood with a group of Luo Tian cultivators. Beside her was Zhang Kong Lai and Shengong Hu. Master Flamespark was also among them. They were all Luo Tian cultivators. At this moment, facing the tens of thousands of cultivators outside the planet formation, they felt a sense of powerlessness. They could only watch as the planet formation was destroyed bit by bit. They were waiting for the moment the planet formation collapsed, so they could erupt with their last bit of strength. Master Flamespark's voice was low as he slowly said, "The moment the planet formation collapses is the moment we self-destruct. Are you all ready?" They weren't the first group to choose to self-destruct. In fact, almost all the planets inside the planet formation had chosen to self-destruct the moment the planet formation collapsed. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the distance, and another planet collapsed under the destruction of the planet formation. A roar came from the planet formation, and a ray of green light flew out toward the Outer Realm army. Just as the green light appeared, a laugh echoed. The old man in black who had participated in the siege of Wang Lin stepped forward and collided with the green light. There was a thunderous bang, and the green light dissipated slightly and was forced back a few steps. The old man in black was forced back 1,000 feet, and his eyes shined brightly. He grinned, and his hands formed a seal, causing black fog to fill the area. What a good reign, celestial realms, celestial Emperor Qinglin. He is indeed worthy of being the disciple of the previous lord of the sealed realm. Your cultivation level is clearly lower than the old man's, but you borrowed the power of Joss flames. The green light dissipated, revealing Qinglin's figure. Qinglin's face was pale, and he was seriously injured. He had only rested for a bit before coming out to battle the third-step cultivators of the outer realm. He had been like this since the day he was besieged. Just as Qinglin appeared, a cold aura came from the planet formation, and a woman in purple walked out. She had a gentle expression, but her eyes were filled with killing intent. She came from the Summoned River and was the master of the Summoned River. The moment she walked out, laughter came from the outer realm arcane void cultivators watching. The celestial imperial concubine that had destroyed Wang Lin's internal organs flew toward the woman in purple from the Summoned River. Inside the remaining planet formation, Shimizu was sitting on the altar, shrouded in fog. His body was covered by the fog, and his body was trembling. His expression was distorted, and he was in endless pain. There were 7 strands of black gas around his orifices. These 7 strands of black gas were like 7 poisonous snakes. No matter how much Shimizu struggled, he couldn't force them out. Master Hongshan was also sitting behind Shimizu. His hands continued to form seals and landed on Shimizu's back to help him force out the 7 strands of black gas. Master Hongshan, don't worry about me. Qing Shui abruptly opened his eyes. His pupils were dilated, and 7 black dots were faintly circling his distorted pupils. If I don't help you, you will die in less than 45 minutes. Master Hongshan's forehead was covered in sweat as he waved his right hand. A ray of black light appeared and turned into a puppet that charged out of the formation. As for Master Hongshan, he pointed at Shimizu's back. Shimizu clenched his teeth and let out a roar. The slaughter essence rushed out from his body and collided with Master Hongshan's finger. He staggered and coughed out blood as he turned around and roared, "Don't worry about me." Master Hongshan took a profound look at Shimizu, and his eyes were filled with sadness. He got up and walked out of the altar. His expression was filled with determination as he left. The old woman among the outer realm arcane void cultivators sneered and walked out. Shimizu was breathing heavily on the altar, and black blood was flowing out his mouth. His vision was blurry, but he struggled to raise his head and look at a cultivation planet in the distance. That cultivation planet was where the woman in pink was. Is it her? It should be. Shimizu's eyes were filled with gentleness. He had noticed this many years ago, but he hadn't confirmed it. Just at this moment, the light barrier around the woman in pink was broken by the burly man's wind and thunder. The burly man laughed as he charged at the cultivation planet with the tens of thousands of cultivators behind him, begging for monthly votes. Can I reach more than 2,000 votes today? Chapter 1655. Shimizu's body trembled and his dim eyes shined brightly. He had lost his parents, his teacher, his lover, and all the friends he had made in the celestial realm. In the end, even Wang Lin seemed to have died. He had lost everything. He wouldn't allow himself to lose sight of this pink-clothed woman again. Qing Shui could feel the aura of a daughter's soul from this woman. This aura made Shimizu very excited. He had laughed like crazy and looked at this woman countless times. It was as if it was for the continuation of his life. She was everything to him. Even if Shimizu was seriously injured, even if he didn't have Master Hongshan's help and wouldn't live for more than 45 minutes, he wouldn't allow his daughter to suffer any harm. This was something he had to do as a father, as someone who had felt guilty for his daughter for generations and had searched for a long time. He let out a roar like that of a wild beast, and as his body trembled, he slammed the ground of the altar with his right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the spot where he slammed the altar shattered. An extremely powerful rebound force came from the altar. Borrowing this rebound force, Qing Shui's body flew out of the altar, out of the fog, and toward the planet that had its light curtain broken. His eyes were blurry, and he couldn't see the world clearly. However, the only thing he could see was the figure of the woman on the cultivation planet. The pink-robed woman's face was pale, and she could only hear the rumbling in her ears. She watched as the shield collapsed, and a half-naked, burly man charged in with the power of wind and lightning. Behind him, the tens of thousands of cultivators charged in with vicious expressions. She felt the cultivation planet below her tremble violently. It seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure of the tens of thousands of cultivators and the burly man, and it began to collapse. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and the ground trembled violently like the surface of the sea. The eyes of the brilliant void cultivators around her were bloodshot. They let out roars and charged at the outer realm invaders like moths to a flame. Moths to a flame. It didn't know it was death. Perhaps it really didn't know, but it did know. The wind howled, and a hint of red appeared on the woman in Pink's pale face. There was reluctance in her eyes, but she decisively cut off that reluctance and stepped forward. Her cultivation level wasn't high, but she was someone from the inner realm. She was afraid of death, but she wasn't afraid of dying with her country. The wind and thunder burly man grinned and ignored the inner realm cultivators before him. He raised his right hand and mercilessly pressed down. Her cultivation level wasn't high, but she was someone from the inner realm. As he pressed down, the wind and thunder roared. The black wind turned into a storm, and there were countless green thunderballs mixed in it. It seemed to have turned into a black thunder dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and it roared as it charged towards the ground. The only person blocking its path was the woman in pink. The wind and thunder burly man stood on the head of the black thunder dragon and charged through the thousands of cultivators. In an instant, he was less than a few hundred feet from the woman in pink. Ant cultivator, the burly man revealed a look of disdain. In his eyes, this woman in pink wasn't qualified to exist. His goal was to destroy this planet and move on to the next one. However, just as he got within 100 feet of the woman in pink, his expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked at the altar in the depths of the planet formation. The roar of a wild beast came from the altar in the depths of the planet formation. It contained the determination to destroy the world and the anger of a father that would kill anyone who dared to hurt this woman. Die for me! There was a flash of bloodlight, and countless red snowflakes appeared out of thin air. These snowflakes gave off an endless chill and rotated rapidly. Shimizu's body charged out from the snowflakes. His speed had reached the pinnacle, and he was in a state of madness. The essence of slaughter erupted out of him, shaking heaven and earth. Even the other people fighting off in the distance could sense it and looked over. The expression of the wind and thunder burly man changed greatly. He knew Shimizu and knew how powerful he was. Almost no one in the Nirvana Void stage was his match. At this moment, he stopped without hesitation and controlled the Black Thunder Dragon to stop attacking the Earth. Instead, he controlled it to raise its head to resist Shimizu. However, his action caused Shimizu's madness to reach a peak it had never reached before. The woman in pink was too close to him. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon was about to touch her. No one knew the relationship between her and Shimizu, not even Wang Lin. Only Shimizu knew. At this moment, Shimizu's eyes were completely red. He instantly arrived before the confused woman in pink. He grabbed the Black Thunder Dragon and mercilessly threw it. Die for me! The moment Shimizu grabbed the Black Thunder Dragon, the countless red snowflakes gathered and surrounded the Black Thunder Dragon. Crackling sounds echoed, and the Thunder Dragon's body suddenly stiffened. The most powerful slaughter essence in Shimizu's life erupted from his hand and shot into the Thunder Dragon. He threw it, and the thunder dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar before it was torn apart. The burly man coughed out blood and was about to retreat in terror. However, Shimizu arrived before the burly man with one step and mercilessly chopped down with his right hand. This chop caused the burly man's soul to dissipate. He felt a sense of life and death, and he knew he would without a doubt die. The power of this chop contained unimaginable slaughter essence. There was a heaven-shaking bang, and the burly man coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. He staggered back several thousand feet, and a bloody wound appeared on his face. This wound extended from his forehead to his abdomen, and it looked like his body was going to be torn apart. However, his body wasn't cut in half. The slaughter essence rapidly weakened before it could kill him and dissipated. The burly man's face was pale. He thought he was dead, but now that he had a new lease on life, he looked up and saw Shimizu coughing out a large amount of black blood and tumbling back. Shimizu's body couldn't withstand the full power of this attack. He was on the verge of death, and his body was caught by the woman in pink. Looking at his daughter's beautiful face, tears fell from Shimizu's eyes. The woman in pink's eyes were filled with confusion. She bit her lower lip. She didn't know why Shimizu was like this. She knew this person and knew how high his status was. The woman in pink softly said, "Why?" Just at this moment, the burly man let out a roar. His eyes were filled with ecstasy, and monstrous killing intent instantly closed in. At the same time, a thunderous rumble echoed. In the distance, the light curtain around Mu Bingmei collapsed. The young man with the evil gaze walked into the collapsed light curtain while laughing. He walked toward Mu Bingmei, who was coldly staring at him. The Lord of the Sealed Realm's beauty will definitely make this lord very comfortable. Mu Bingmei's eyes were filled with determination. The people of the God sect charged out. At this final moment, they were going to die with the inner realm. At the same time, outside the planet formation, Qing Lin, the woman from the Summoned River, and Master Hong Shan, who were battling the arcane void cultivators from the outer realm, were also facing their biggest life and death crisis. This life and death crisis seemed to be able to end this war. A force that could suppress the entire star system came from the endless star system above the planet formation. This force tore open the star system and shook the minds of all the inner realm cultivators. The hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators roared with joy. Under the gazes of countless people, a giant rift appeared in the endless star system. The aura coming from this rift belonged to the outer realm's ancient star system. A thunderous rumble echoed as a giant palace extended out from the rift. This palace was worshipped by countless cultivators in the ancient star system. It was the holy temple in their hearts, the sovereign's palace. The sovereign had stepped into the inner realm with his original body for the first time. The black-robed sovereign was standing above the palace. It was impossible to see his appearance, but one could see him raise his right hand. His right hand was as dry as bone and contained a destructive aura. After raising his hand, his palm pressed down on Master Hong Shan, the woman from the Summoned River, and Qing Lin. "Everything is over." An ancient and hoarse voice came from the sovereign's mouth. As he raised his right hand, a giant palm print flew out. This palm print covered the light of the star system as if it was corporeal. It descended from the endless star system toward the planet formation below. The star system collapsed, and a suffocating feeling filled the hearts of every inner realm cultivator. This feeling turned into despair. As the palm print descended, the burly man grinned and closed in on Shimizu and his daughter. There was also Dao Feishan, whose eyes were filled with silver filth. He waved his sleeves and swept away all the cultivators before him, leaving only Mu Bingmei behind. However, just at this crucial moment, a sharp howl came from the border of the Luo Tian star system and the Cloud Sea star system. This sharp howl didn't come from a single cultivator. It came from an arrow. It was an arrow of death that carried destruction, anger, and slaughter. This howl echoed and suppressed the sound wave set off by the sovereign's giant palm print. It became the only sound that existed in the ears of cultivators in the all-heaven star system, whether it was the inner or outer realm cultivators. Wang Lin had arrived. The third attack. The third attack is not a burst. There is still the fourth attack. It might be a bit slower, so please be patient. Chapter 1656. As the wind and thunder burly man closed in on Shimizu and his daughter, Shimizu's eyes were bleak. His eyes that were about to close opened at this moment, and he looked into the distance. His vision was blurry, but he felt an extremely familiar aura. This familiarity belonged to his brother, his junior apprentice brother. The pink-robed woman who was supporting him also raised her head. Her eyes shone with a never-before-seen light as she looked ahead. The wind and thunder, burly man's body trembled, and he suddenly turned around. His eyes were filled with disbelief. On another cultivation planet, Mu Bingmei's already despairing body trembled. Her eyes shined, and under this light, her face was extremely beautiful. A happy smile appeared on her face. She had rarely been this happy in her life. She knew, she was sure that he wouldn't die. Dao Feishan, who was less than 100 feet away from Mu Bingmei, trembled. He felt the aura that made his scalp tingle and saw the gentle and happy smile on Mu Bingmei's face. Although he had never seen Wang Lin, his mind trembled and he had a terrifying guess. He suddenly turned around. There were also countless people familiar with Wang Lin on the other planet. Shi Zifeng, Zhang Konglai, Shen Gonghu, Master Flames Park, and countless others. All of these people looked into the distance at this moment. They looked at the arrow that came whistling through the starry sky like a galaxy with unparalleled momentum. It was a 100,000-foot arrow that could destroy the heavens and earth. The tip of the arrow was round, and space itself collapsed before it. No force could stop it. There was a person standing on the tip of the arrow. He was wearing white and had a head of white hair. Vaguely, one could see two giant motionless wheels, one above and one below, following closely behind with loud rumbling sounds. At this moment, Qing Lin, Master Hong Shan, and the woman from the summoned river that Wang Lin wasn't familiar with all looked at the terrifying arrow coming from the distance. Qing Lin's eyes were filled with disbelief. He felt that this arrow was vaguely familiar, as if he recognized something, but he didn't dare to imagine it. Hongshan Zi was completely stunned. He could never have imagined that not only was Wang Lin not dead, his cultivation base had reached such a level, and he had even rushed here in such an earth-shattering and unimaginable way. The shock of the inner realm cultivators was insignificant compared to the shock of the outer realm cultivators. At this moment, the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators trembled and their eyes were filled with terror. Some of them recognized Wang Lin and were filled with fear, especially the arcane void experts who had participated in killing Wang Lin back then. They all looked back and revealed expressions of shock. Wang Lin, he's actually not dead yet. This is Li Guang's arrow. The expressions of the two immortal concubines who had experienced the might of this arrow greatly changed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The arrow whistled through the air as it closed in from afar. Wherever it passed, ripples spread out and the entire star domain collapsed. It was forcefully torn apart, forming a ravine that would last for eternity in the starry sky. This gully came from the border of the cloud sea and was endless. This arrow carried Wang Lin's anger and his slaughter through the brilliant void, the summoned river, and the cloud sea. It shot toward the giant palm print that was descending from the sovereign's palace. This was the battle between Wang Lin and the sovereign. All of this happened countless times faster than lightning. While the inner and outer realm cultivators were still shocked, the arrow closed in and got closer and closer to the palm print. At this moment, everyone's gazes gathered here. Wang Lin's appearance replaced all the light in the world. The outer realm cultivators and third step cultivators couldn't help but pay attention to him. Before their gazes, the arrow and the sovereign's palm print collided. The moment they collided, the palm print trembled and erupted with seven-colored light. This seven-colored light was endless. but it couldn't suppress the arrow that had no light, only slaughter. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy and set off a shockwave that had never appeared before in the Luotian. As a shockwave spread, the palm print trembled violently and suddenly collapsed. As the palm print collapsed, the shocking arrow pierced through the disfigured palm print with an even more shocking whistling sound. It seemed to take away the breath of all the people who were looking at it. Under everyone's stunned gazes, the arrow resolved the crisis just now and headed straight for the palace outside the crack in the sky. Above the palace, the sovereign's black robe was blown by the wind, revealing his bleak appearance. His withered face twitched, and his eyes revealed a rare hint of madness. "Old man, I don't believe the Liguang Bao can erupt with the power to kill me." The sovereign let out a roar as he stepped forward and closed in on the arrow. In an instant, the sovereign appeared before the arrow and waved his withered hand. 7-colored light shined and formed 7 light curtains that collided with the arrow. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the starry sky once more. The moment the 7-colored light curtain touched the arrow, the red, orange, red, and green light curtain only managed to block it for a moment before shattering. Then the cyan, blue, and purple light curtain distorted violently before collapsing. Not even the 7-colored curtains could stop this arrow. Wang Lin's cultivation level might not be enough to deal with the sovereign, but in this world, in the inner and outer realms, in this cave world with this arrow, perhaps someone could stop it. However, this didn't include the sovereign. The sovereign continued to retreat, and his black robe was torn apart, revealing 2 complete, withered arms. His expression was gloomy, and as he retreated, he let out an angry roar. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood contained a golden color and instantly erupted with the power of a celestial's bloodline. It turned into a golden sun in front of him. As soon as the sun appeared, the law of origin shrouded the star domain. The old man doesn't believe it. As the sovereign roared, he pushed the golden sun before him and mercilessly smashed it at the arrow. "A mere pomperant servant boy, scram for me." Wang Lin's voice echoed, and as his voice echoed, the arrow collided with the golden sun. The thunderous rumble turned into a sound wave that caused countless cultivators to scream miserably. Their ears collapsed, and they coughed out large amounts of blood. The golden sun trembled violently and couldn't move forward. Even with the sovereign's arms pushing, the sun was forced back unwillingly. In the end, the most powerful thunderous rumble echoed. The sun exploded into a powerful shockwave, but it didn't scatter in all directions. Instead, under the pressure of the arrow, it shot toward the sovereign. The sovereign coughed out blood, and his black robe shattered, revealing his withered body. As he retreated, he collided with the palace that extended out from the crack. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and several cracks appeared on the palace. At the same time, the arrow closed in. The moment it touched the palace, the sovereign's hands formed a seal, and he pushed forward. A giant well appeared before him. This well contained the universe, the sun, the moon, and the endless stars. This well was the sovereign's second Joss flame realm. It was a treasure given to him by the madman on the immortal astral continent. The moment he took it out, the arrow closed in. This one was not flat, but vertical. Ripples echoed on the surface of the well. And at the moment the arrow arrived, an arrow that looked exactly the same as the one before appeared from within. This illusory arrow charged out of the water and shot toward the Li Guang arrow. The moment the 2 arrows collided, the illusory arrow collapsed. The sovereign coughed out blood once more, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "You used Master's immortal celestial body. This immortal celestial body is so precious and can only be obtained once in a lifetime. You actually gave it up and squandered it like this. However, how many more times can you shoot this arrow? I'm sure you only have 2 shots of celestial spiritual energy left. After 2 shots, you will never be able to defeat a celestial and obtain the celestial bloodline. At that time, You will only be an ant." The sovereign's words were cut off, and the arrow smashed into his body. A powerful force passed through, and the sovereign's body collapsed. The palace behind him also collapsed. This palace existed because it was the spiritual form of the outer realm cultivators. In the hearts of the outer realm cultivators, this palace was a holy relic that could never be destroyed. Yet at that moment, they could only watch helplessly as the palace crumbled before their eyes. It shattered into countless pieces and exploded with a bang. The sovereign was destroyed, the palace collapsed, and the world changed colors. However, the sovereign didn't die completely. The moment his body collapsed, the arrow pierced through his body, and all of its power dissipated. The sovereign's body that had turned to dust and dissipated strangely reappeared. It rapidly condensed into a new body in the rift where the palace had disappeared, sealing extermination clan's 3-life spell. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. The resurrected sovereign's face was pale. He didn't hesitate to rush into the rift after his body reformed. His right hand reached toward the rift, and the rift collapsed. His escaping figure was in an extremely sorry state. The thunderous rumbles were still echoing and slowly dissipating. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators here were completely silent. Everyone's gazes were locked onto Wang Lin. Such an arrow was truly shocking. Among the outer realm arcane void cultivators, the old woman's face was pale and her eyes were filled with endless fear. That arrow had completely frightened her. There was also the old man in black. He was terrified when he saw the power of that arrow, and it was as if he had seen death. There were also the 2 celestial imperial concubines. Although they had high statuses, they looked at Wang Lin with fear in their eyes. Even if they were celestials from the immortal astral continent, so what? They still had to fear Wang Lin, a lowly cave cultivator. In the distance, Grandmaster Yun Luo's body trembled uncontrollably. From where she was, she could see Wang Lin's back. She was familiar with this back, but she was afraid. This back was the person she had divined to destroy the world. Although she isn't my lover, she is the mother of my son, Wang Ping. What did you just say? Wang Lin turned around. His eyes were like swords as he stared at Dao Feishan, who was 100 feet away from Mu Bingmei and was terrified. Requesting monthly votes. Continue to erupt tomorrow. 80 updates this month. There will only be more, not less. Requesting monthly votes. Finally, I want to recommend Sheng Ji's new book, One Hand Covers the Heavens. Please subscribe and support it. Chapter 1657. Dao Feishan's body trembled. What happened just now shocked him. He had heard of Wang Lin before, but he didn't consider Wang Lin a threat at all. When he learned that the sovereign and company had killed Wang Lin with the illusion formation, he secretly thought that the sovereign and company were making a big fuss over nothing. However, only now did he truly understand how terrifying Wang Lin was. That arrow had been able to kill the sovereign. This made him feel disbelief, and, at the same time, the fear in his heart reached a peak. Under Wang Lin's gaze, Dao Feishan's heart pounded rapidly. Wang Lin's gaze was like a sword that could cut the heavens. When his gaze landed on Dao Feishan, his mind trembled. He subconsciously retreated a few steps, and his face turned pale. He was almost scared out of his wits. Wang Lin's words were like the sound of death, and his mind instantly went blank. He was only at the Nirvana Void stage, so facing Wang Lin, he felt like he was standing at the bottom of a mountain and looking up at it. At this instant, a wave of regret flooded his heart. He shouldn't have provoked Mu Bingmei, shouldn't have had such dirty thoughts about the Lord of the Sealed Realm's lover. All of this was the root of his death. However, he was still a third-step cultivator. Although he was trembling in fear, he still had a trace of clarity in his heart. He knew that he was almost certainly going to die this time. If there was a chance of survival, it was Mu Bingmei. The moment Wang Lin's words echoed, Dao Feishan retreated a few steps without hesitation and charged toward Mu Bingmei, who was 100 feet away. His expression was filled with madness. Madness for survival. He was going to capture Mu Bingmei in exchange for his survival. This was his last and only hope. A distance of 10 zhong was nothing for a third-step cultivator, but it depended on who was watching and who was in front of. In Wang Lin's eyes, Dao Feishan wasn't qualified. Just as he closed in on Mu Bingmei didn't dodge at all. Instead, she coldly looked at Dao Feishan, who was closing in. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he took a step forward. His speed was far beyond Fei Shan's imagination. The afterimage was still far away, but Wang Lin had already appeared before Mu Bingmei. His right hand suddenly reached out. With this grab, Dao Feishan seemed to have delivered himself to Wang Lin, and his wrist was grabbed by Wang Lin. Courting death, Wang Lin's voice was cold as he grabbed Dao Feishan's arm and moved forward. As he moved, Dao Feishan couldn't control his body at all and was dragged by Wang Lin. He was thrown into the ground with a bang. A thunderous rumble echoed, and a miserable scream echoed. Only then did the surrounding cultivators react. After Dao Feishan's body fell to the ground, he was once again thrown into the air by Wang Lin. When Wang Lin let go, killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Just as he had said, although Mu Bingmei wasn't his lover, she was Wang Ping's mother. This Dao Feishan dared to desecrate her, and Wang Lin would never allow this. He walked forward, closing in on Dao Feishan in the blink of an eye. He lifted his right hand and tapped Dao Feishan's chest, causing the power of his cultivation base to rush into his right arm. A boom could be heard as Dao Feishan's right arm exploded, transforming into a pool of blood and gore. Wang Lin didn't stop and pointed again. A thunderous rumble echoed, and Dao Feishan's left arm collapsed. Dao Feishan, who had lost both his arms, let out a miserable scream. Before Wang Lin, he couldn't fight back at all. At this moment, all the surrounding Outer Realm cultivators were shocked by the arrow, so no one dared to come and save him. Even if they came, it was too late. Wang Lin's 2 fingers shot out and pointed several times. Dao Feishan's legs collapsed into a bloody mess. The last palm was the palm of death. After destroying Dao Feishan's limbs, Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly smashed down on Dao Feishan's head. Popping sounds echoed inside Dao Feishan's body. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and his eyes dimmed. Even his miserable screams weakened. His body trembled and then exploded into pieces. Blood sprayed everywhere, but not a single drop landed on Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and pushed all the blood away. After his body collapsed, Dao Feishan's origin soul was seriously injured, but he didn't die. Instead, he flew out with a confused expression. While he was still in a daze, Wang Lin's right hand grabbed his neck and mercilessly squeezed. He mercilessly squeezed, and with a bang, this third-step Nirvana Void cultivator died. This bloody scene caused the surrounding Outer Realm cultivators to gasp and retreat in terror. The burly man before Shimizu felt his scalp go numb and retreated without hesitation. However, just as he retreated, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. His red eyes stared at the burly man. The burly man's body trembled. After pausing for a moment, he escaped even faster. How can I let you escape after injuring my senior brother? Wang Lin's body flickered, and he appeared behind the burly man. He raised his right hand and waved. The burly man let out a crazy roar and suddenly turned around. His hand formed a seal, and he mercilessly slammed it back. His hand collided with Wang Lin's right hand. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the burly man coughed out blood. His arms collapsed, and he let out a miserable scream as he was knocked back 1,000 feet. Wang Lin's eyes revealed killing intent, and he took a step forward. He caught up to the burly man and pressed down on the burly man's chest. The burly man's eyes were filled with madness and despair. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a bloodstorm that swept toward Wang Lin. Within the storm, there were countless crimson snowballs rumbling and buzzing, making the blood-colored storm look like it could destroy the world. After reaching the third step with the wind essence, you also obtained the incomplete thunder essence. How rare! Wang Lin's gaze swept by, and his right hand didn't pause. His palm landed on the bloodstorm, and his fingers mercilessly clenched like a fist before pulling. With this pull, the bloodstorm suddenly collapsed. As it collapsed, the thunder inside the storm trembled. Wang Lin was the ancestor of thunder, and his thunder essence was complete. Before him, all the thunder in the world had to submit, much less these small balls of thunder. Scram! As Wang Lin roared, the countless balls of thunder inside the collapsed storm trembled and retreated in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The power of wind and thunder was so fragile before Wang Lin. After destroying the storm, Wang Lin walked out and appeared next to the burly man in despair. He casually raised his right hand, formed a sword with 2 fingers, and pointed at the burly man's neck. "You dared to injure my senior brother. I want you to suffer great pain." With this point, the veins on the burly man's neck swelled, and all the blood in his body rapidly flowed. It was as if a powerful suction force was sucking his blood toward the spot where Wang Lin's finger landed. In an instant, the burly man let out a miserable scream. His skin turned pale, and all the blood in his body gathered at his neck. From a distance, the burly man's neck was purple and black, and there was a huge bulge there. The bulge contained all of the blood in his body. All of the blood in his body had been congealed in that bulge. With a bang, the purplish-black bump exploded like a fountain, and a large amount of blood gushed out from within and sprayed in all directions until even the last drop of blood was spat out from the burly man's body. The man's shrill scream was soul-stirring. This kind of pain was difficult to describe, but even a cultivator would not be able to withstand it. However, this was not the end. Although all the blood had been sucked out, the suction force was still powerful. As a result, what was sucked out was the burly man's vitality. Bursts of white gas came out from the wound on his neck. His body began to wither as he screamed. In an instant, he almost turned into a skeleton. His eyes bulged out, and his expression was terrifying. However, there was no life in his body, as if he was dead. However, the suction force from Wang Lin's finger didn't decrease at all. Instead, it increased. Under this crazy suction force, the burly man that had turned into a skeleton trembled violently. Even his miserable screams became hoarse as his bones began to melt. His bones turned into liquid and continued to melt. Even his origin soul was rapidly extracted. This scene was a huge blow to the hearts of all the people who saw it. They had personally seen a third-step Nirvana Void cultivator's entire body dissipate under the suction force from Wang Lin's finger. Strands of energy gathered in Wang Lin's palm and formed a ball of fog. This ball of fog was the burly man with wind and thunder. Holding the ball of fog, Wang Lin's body flickered, and he appeared before Shimizu. He raised his left hand and pressed down on the head of the dying Shimizu. With this, Shimizu's body trembled violently. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw 7 strands of black gas come out of his body. These strands of black gas were like pythons that struggled and didn't want to leave. However, due to Wang Lin's powerful cultivation, they were forced out of Shimizu's body. When the T-strand of black gas dissipated, although Qing Shui's eyes were dim, a lot of the deathly aura around him had dissipated and vitality had recovered. After dispelling the poison in his body, Wang Lin's right hand slapped the burly man's body into Shimizu's body. After absorbing it, senior brother's injuries can recover faster. Wang Lin looked at the woman in pink beside Qing Shui, who was staring at him, and then he turned around and walked toward the stars. Something urgent happened today. Alas, the YY activity that was originally scheduled for 8 will have to be delayed. I'll try to get home at 10. Yesterday, I said that I would erupt today, so I have to grit my teeth and continue. The first update has been sent, and the second update is being edited. Chapter 1658. Outer Realm Cultivators. You have invaded my inner realm for 100 years and slaughtered countless lives. Now you're besieging me. Since you're unwilling to give up and have started this slaughter, then today, none of you can leave. Today is the decisive battle. As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed at the stars. A giant, motionless wheel appeared. Kill! Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky and charged forward. As Wang Lin roared, the remaining inner realm cultivators' blood began to boil. They no longer hid inside the planet formation, but flew out and began to slaughter like crazy. Kill! Qing Lin, Hong Shanzi, the woman in purple from the Summoned River, Mu Bingmei, Shun Zong, and countless inner realm cultivators that had been pushed to their limits. There were less than 80,000 inner realm cultivators left, but these 80,000 people weren't afraid of death. They went crazy as Wang Lin roared. Life and death formation. Suppress all life. As Wang Lin pointed, the motionless will began to rotate. As it slowly trembled, a heaven-shaking suppression force came from within and suppressed the hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators below. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and under this suppression, tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators coughed out blood. Their bodies trembled and thunderous rumbles echoed. Some directly collapsed and died. However, there were too many outer realm cultivators. After a brief moment of panic, the outer realm cultivators struggled and roared. They resisted the suppression force from above and began a battle to the death with the inner realm cultivators. The inner realm cultivators all flew out from the planet formation. Wang Lin was at the front, and under the suppression of the life and death formation, he charged at the arcane void cultivators while the minds of the hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators trembled. His goal was to kill all the third step cultivators here. His gaze swept past the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. The first person Wang Lin saw was the celestial imperial concubine who had played the zither. This woman had used her zither music to destroy his organs and made Wang Lin feel extreme pain. He still remembered the pain of his organs withering into black water. This pain was enough to turn into hatred. Wang Lin didn't care about her identity or look at her beauty. He had to kill her. With one step, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and charged into the army of outer realm cultivators. Thunderous rumbles echoed as all the outer realm cultivators died. As Wang Lin charged forward, he left behind a path of blood. The bodies of the dead outer realm cultivators had collapsed, but their heads remained intact. Wang Lin condensed their heads behind him to form a cloak of people's heads. This cloak continued to expand as Wang Lin charged in, and the number continued to increase. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the celestial imperial concubine locked onto by Wang Lin's gaze changed, and she rapidly retreated. Although she was at the mid-stage of arcane void, she was shocked by Wang Lin's arrow. Fear of Wang Lin appeared in her heart, and this fear made her ignore Wang Lin's cultivation level. In her view, Wang Lin was very difficult to defeat. If she fought him, she would without a doubt die. This was an indescribable feeling, but it made her fear even stronger. As she retreated, Wang Lin got closer and closer. Blood splattered everywhere, and countless cultivators screamed as they collapsed. Their heads floated behind Wang Lin, adding a destructive aura to Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. In a flash, Wang Lin was less than 1,000 feet from the celestial imperial concubine. His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a roar. Wang Lin took a step forward, and his step swept across the world. Space itself seemed like it was going to collapse, and he appeared 100 feet from the celestial imperial concubine. The celestial imperial concubine's face was pale. She felt Wang Lin's killing intent. At this moment, she clenched her teeth, and her right hand reached out. The zither that Wang Lin was familiar with appeared in her hand. Placing the zither before her, the celestial imperial concubine placed her hands on it. The sound of the zither surged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he moved forward. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows continued to rotate, and popping sounds echoed inside his body. His body didn't increase in size, but his ancient god power gathered in every part of his body. With one step, space rumbled and collided with the endless sound waves. Although the sound waves were extremely powerful and caused some damage to Wang Lin, he didn't care at all. He used his ancient god body to resist and continued forward. Seeing Wang Lin get closer and closer, the celestial imperial concubine's face turned pale. Without hesitation, her right hand formed a seal, and she mercilessly pressed down on the zither. The zither strings trembled and 5 sound waves appeared. 5 internal organs spell: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The celestial imperial concubine's voice was sharp, and as the sound waves echoed, she raised her right hand and pressed down on the incoming Wang Lin. With this, Wang Lin's body trembled, and intense pain came from his 5 internal organs. However, he was no longer at the mid-stage of spirit void. After fusing with Daoji's body, he could kill arcane void cultivators. This intense pain was as unbearable as it was in the past. Even though his 5 internal organs were shattering, Wang Lin moved even faster. With determination and killing intent, Wang Lin's right hand clenched into a fist and punched out. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Daoji's head appeared above Wang Lin. The shadows of the 3 ancient order clans appeared and fused with his punch. From afar, this was a shocking scene. As Wang Lin threw this punch, the surrounding space trembled and countless Outer Realm cultivators retreated in terror. Wang Lin's punch turned into a 10,000-foot shadow that smashed down on the celestial imperial concubine. In an instant, the illusory fist landed on the celestial imperial concubine and collided with the ripples formed by the celestial imperial concubine's 5 internal organ spell. A thunderous rumble echoed across the battlefield. The moment the illusory fist collapsed, the celestial imperial concubine coughed out blood and retreated. Blood also flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. He was fighting the celestial imperial concubine's original body, not the illusory fist. He was fighting the celestial from the immortal astral continent that didn't belong here. The celestial imperial concubine wiped away the blood as she retreated, and the fear in her eyes became even stronger. She treasured her life far more than any of the cultivators here. She understood that she didn't belong here. This was only a cave, and her identity was far above all the cultivators here. The more she thought like this, the more she feared death. As she retreated, Wang Lin ignored his injuries and charged out once more. His eyes were filled with killing intent and crazy determination. The celestial imperial concubine's face was pale as her hands formed a seal and she pointed forward. A faint, golden light appeared and the power of the celestial bloodline spread across the battlefield. This celestial bloodline power turned into a pressure that shrouded the surroundings. Wang Lin, there is no life and death grudge between us. Why must you? The celestial imperial concubine's voice was sharp and harsh, but before she could finish speaking, her voice suddenly turned into a twisted scream. She gave up all her celestial spells and retreated like crazy. Because as she spoke, the bow that had killed the sovereign appeared in Wang Lin's hand. The moment he retreated, Wang Lin charged forward. As he moved forward, he waved his right hand and the bow disappeared. He didn't take out the bow to shoot, but to intimidate the enemy, so they wouldn't dare to use their spells. At this moment, the celestial imperial concubine retreated in fear. Wang Lin raised his right hand and shouted, "Celestial imperial concubine, stop!" With one word, the celestial imperial concubine's body suddenly paused, but it was only for a moment. She had the celestial bloodline and immediately broke free. However, this pause was enough for Wang Lin to catch up. As he chased, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal. The wind howled, the black dragon appeared, and endless rain appeared. Mountains collapsed, and the earth shattered. It was by Fan's celestial spell. However, all of this was just the beginning. The purpose of using the celestial spell was to use the last spell, Dark Moon Has Eyes. The moment this spell appeared, a blood moon appeared and shined on the retreating celestial imperial concubine. "Dark moon has clear skies," Wang Lin shouted, causing the mark of the moon to appear on the celestial imperial concubine's face. She let out a miserable scream as her beautiful face was torn apart. She suddenly turned around, and her eyes were filled with hatred. She no longer tried to escape, but charged at Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and their bodies collided. Their spells collided, and popping sounds echoed. The celestial imperial concubine was knocked back. Her face was pale, and she coughed out blood. Wang Lin's body also retreated, and he coughed out blood. However, after retreating a few steps, he charged out once more. This time, he raised his right hand, and the war spirit print appeared. The moment the giant palm print appeared, it charged at the celestial imperial concubine below. The celestial imperial concubine's expression changed greatly, and her hands formed a seal. Celestial spiritual energy filled her body and formed a blurry shadow. Before the shadow could condense, Wang Lin's voice that caused her heart to tremble echoed in her ears. "Cultivator of the immortal astral continent, concubine of the 7 Dao sects sect master. Do you think Wang doesn't know about this?" His words revealed the secrets of the heavens, causing the celestial imperial concubine's spell to stop. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't expect Wang Lin to know about this. Just at this instant, there was a flash of bloodlight in Wang Lin's hand. The blood sword appeared in his hand, and he mercilessly chopped down. "I'm writing the 3rd chapter, and I'll finish it as soon as possible. Alas, today's matter is too urgent and sudden. Enough talk, I'll go right." Chapter 1659. When Wang Lin killed, he always paid attention to scheming. His scheming might not be brilliant, but in a short moment of life and death, it was very useful. In particular, his grasp of timing had reached perfection. When the celestial imperial concubine was about to use her celestial bloodline spell, Wang Lin took out the Li Guang Bao without hesitation. The moment he took out the Bao, just as he had expected, the celestial imperial concubine was scared into giving up all her spells and quickly escaping. The celestial imperial concubine wasn't sure if Wang Lin had the determination to shoot another arrow. Then when the celestial imperial concubine was forced to her limit and was about to use her celestial bloodline spell, Wang Lin sent a voice transmission that shocked the celestial imperial concubine. When the celestial imperial concubine wasn't prepared, this sentence might only cause her mind to tremble in this life and death battle. However, this tremble was fatal to cultivators like them. As the celestial imperial concubine was shocked, the war spirit print closed in. Wang Lin raised the blood sword in his hand. There was a flash of dazzling bloodlight that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as it descended. All of this happened in a flash. It was unbelievably fast. In an instant, thunderous rumbles echoed. The war spirit print descended and the blood sword chopped down. This was a life and death battle for the celestial imperial concubine. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the celestial imperial concubine let out a miserable scream. Her body trembled and then collapsed. Her soul and body were destroyed. Wang Lin also coughed out blood. Before the celestial imperial concubine died, she finally used her celestial bloodline spell. Although it was covered by the war spirit print, the power that erupted came from Wang Lin's body. This caused Wang Lin's body to tremble, and he retreated 1,000 feet. He coughed out blood once more. He had killed a person and was injured, but it was all worth it. As he killed the celestial imperial concubine, the slaughter between the inner and outer realm cultivators turned into rivers of blood. Miserable screams echoed across the stars. Wang Lin coughed up blood and retreated. He was secretly adjusting his aura, but he suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from afar. Wang Lin's body flashed, and as he dodged, he suddenly turned around. However, he saw a sword chi whistling past him, sweeping across the starry sky and tearing a huge crack in the starry sky in the distance. The person who had sneak attacked Wang Lin while he was injured was the other arcane void cultivator who had participated in the battle against Wang Lin. He was the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man held a black sword in his right hand. There was a flash of sword energy, and he charged at Wang Lin. Now that he's injured, this is the best time to kill him. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he immediately retreated. He turned into a cloud of black mist and charged into the outer realm army that was fighting the inner realm cultivators. The mist he had turned into spread out and surrounded a large amount of outer realm cultivators. Miserable screams came from the mist, and as the mist dissipated, the corpses that had their vitality and flesh sucked out collapsed. The killing intent in the black-robed old man's eyes became even stronger as he chased after Wang Lin. The mist that Wang Lin had turned into rapidly spread out, and all the outer realm cultivators died miserably. In just a few short breaths, more than 10,000 outer realm cultivators collapsed. At this moment, the black-robed old man moved even faster and closed in on the mist that Wang Lin had turned into. He held the black sword in his right hand and mercilessly chopped down at the mist. Sword energy was monstrous and shot out. Just as the sword energy closed in, the mist that Wang Lin had turned into rapidly shrank and reformed his body. Most of his injuries had recovered due to the devouring. At this moment, his body reformed, and there was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. As the old man closed in, Wang Lin waved his right hand. Karma formation. With this, the motionless wheel formed by the karma formation appeared and stood before Wang Lin. Wang Lin mercilessly pushed it forward, and the motionless wheel shot toward the old man. It collided with the old man's sword. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the old man's sword energy collapsed. His body was knocked back, and he coughed out blood. At the same time, the karma formation also trembled and shattered. However, the shattering of the motionless wheel didn't make Wang Lin feel any heartache. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he let out a laugh. His hands formed a seal, and he waved his right hand. Karma formation formed. Your sword is the cause of my formation. Now that the formation has shattered into countless pieces, that is the end of the karma. Karma formation, open. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the collapsed karma formation turned into strands of chaotic karma aura that swept the area. There were 50,000 strands of karma aura. Each strand of aura changed shape in an instant and strangely turned into the sword energy that the old man had chopped down. As a result, there were more than 50,000 strands of sword energy. This was the karma formation. As Wang Lin waved his sleeve, the 50,000 strands of sword energy formed by the karma aura scattered toward the surrounding outer realm cultivators. Miserable screams echoed. As the 50,000 strands of sword energy bombarded the area, 50,000 outer realm cultivators died. Their deaths caused fresh blood to splatter in all directions, and the starry sky seemed to be dyed dark red. A celestial imperial concubine is difficult to kill, but killing an early-stage arcane void cultivator like you isn't difficult. Wang Lin stepped forward. He penetrated the collapsed karma formation and charged at the old man. Left hand is life, right hand is death, life and death Tao. When he closed in on the old man, Wang Lin didn't care what spell the old man was using. His left hand pressed forward and his right hand moved. The life and death aura collided before the old man, creating a thunderous rumble. The old man coughed out blood and retreated with a ferocious expression. His hands formed a seal and a spell appeared, but Wang Lin couldn't see any of this. He closed his eyes, and the moment he closed his eyes, everything in the world became false. With his eyes closed, he quickly moved through the old man's spell and instantly arrived before the old man. His right hand pressed down on the old man's chest, and his fingers clenched into a fist before pulling out. Karma Dao, with a thunderous bang, the old man let out a miserable scream and retreated. The essence aura in his chest rapidly leaked out and was caught by Wang Lin's fist. At this moment, he opened his eyes, and his right hand mercilessly formed a fist. He crushed part of the old man's essence. The moment the old man retreated, Wang Lin waved his left hand, and a crack to his storage space appeared. He grabbed all the 7 colored nails and threw them forward. The several 7 colored nails gave off a dazzling 7 colored glow and stabbed into the old man's chest at an indescribable speed. The old man's eyes were filled with fear, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated even faster. Just as Wang Lin was about to chase, a monstrous killing intent closed in. The other celestial imperial concubine wore blue and turned into a blue cloud. She instantly closed in on Wang Lin, and a blue ribbon shot out toward Wang Lin. Qing Lin followed closely behind the woman. It was obvious that the 3 of them were fighting, but the celestial imperial concubine had escaped their siege and charged at Wang Lin. Even further away, the female cultivator from the summoned river was like a demon. She had killed several Nirvana Void cultivators and was battling the last 2 Nirvana Void cultivators. The old woman from the arcane Void cultivator from the outer realm was also battling her. The last of the 3 celestial imperial concubines was battling Master Hongshan. Master Hongshan was obviously no match, but she was holding her off. In the distance, a lot of inner realm cultivators had died, but more than 100,000 outer realm cultivators had died. The roars of slaughter echoed across the star system and filled the entire Luo Tian star system. Wang Lin suddenly turned around, and his eyes were filled with madness. If these arcane void cultivators from the outer realm didn't die, this battle wouldn't end. The moment he turned around, the Emperor Furnace appeared from the stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows. It spread out and shrouded the surrounding star system, including the celestial imperial concubine and the old man in black. The Emperor Furnace gave off a gentle aura that pushed Qing Lin out. The moment Qing Lin was pushed out, it devoured the old man in black and the celestial imperial concubine. Then it suddenly shrank. Thunderous rumbles came from the Emperor Furnace. Although it had devoured the old man in black and the celestial imperial concubine, it was difficult for the furnace to refine them. At this moment, it was almost going to collapse. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he sat down on the top of the Emperor Furnace. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and pointed to between his eyebrows. All the ancient god stars between his eyebrows flew out and landed on the Emperor Furnace one by one. At the same time, the golden blood of the indestructible, immortal body flew out of his forehead. He pressed down on it, causing it to fuse with the Heaven Emperor Furnace, causing it to shine with boundless golden light. With the celestial bloodline and ancient god bloodline, with the power of the Emperor Furnace, I'll suppress the 2 of you for tens of thousands of years. Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and his self-created spell, Flowing Time, appeared. It turned into a giant stone door that pressed down on the Emperor Furnace. When the stone door appeared, time rapidly flowed by. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he could push this spell to flow for an endless amount of time. Sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead as he sat on the Emperor Furnace. His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a roar at the world. Senior Qing Lin, Master Hongshan, and Senior Summoned River, the 3 of you delay the last 2 arcane void cultivators. Give me enough time to set up the life and death karma formation. Qing Lin and company nodded. The 3 of them worked together to delay the last 2 arcane void cultivators, so they couldn't stop Wang Lin for a short period of time. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and his eyes were filled with madness. Since this war was a game between the 7-colored Taoist and the old Devil Zhan, and this war was something they had to do for a certain purpose, then Wang Lin didn't care. He would kill all the outer realm cultivators to end this war and see what these 2 people were looking for. There was still the 4th chapter. Chapter 1660. There were already nearly 100,000 heads behind Wang Lin. The mournful roars from these heads fused with the sounds of slaughter in the star system battlefield. The life and death formation is complete, and the karma formation is scattered. I'll form the karma formation again. Wang Lin sat on the Emperor Furnace and clenched his right hand. 50,000 heads flew out and rapidly rotated to form a giant vortex. The vortex rotated and let out heaven-shaking roars. As it rotated, it became a motionless wheel, and the karma formation appeared. Open eyes are true, close eyes are false. True and false Tao is complete. True and false formation. Wang Lin's voice was erratic. As his words echoed, the remaining 50,000 heads behind him flew out and formed another giant vortex. This vortex was between illusion and reality, as if it didn't exist in this world. It was distorted and blurry as it rotated. The aura of the true and false essences rapidly spread out. In an instant, the vortex formed and the true and false formation appeared. Wang Lin's expression became serious, and his right hand pointed at the life and death vortex. The three wheels that represented life and death, true and false, and karma rapidly condensed and overlapped before Wang Lin. As they overlapped, the three great illusory essence formations were completely revealed. I need 10,000 fellow inner realm cultivators to willingly offer their origin souls to become the spirits of my three essence formation. They will push the three essence wheels to change the orbit of the world, disrupt the rotation of the stars, and kill everyone that isn't from my inner realm. Wang Lin's expression was serious. His three-wheel formation required 10,000 origin souls to serve as the formation spirits in order to display its full power. The moment his words echoed, 10,000 inner realm cultivators sat down without hesitation. Their origin souls flew out and flew toward the overlapping three essence wheels before Wang Lin. In just the span of a few breaths, the 10,000 nascent divinities arrived and sat on the wheels. At that instant, the three wheels rotated with a rumble. The three turned into one, and it suddenly expanded madly until it turned into a gigantic wheel that was as tall as the heavens and was infinitely large. This will gave off life and death, true and false, and karma essences. When it rotated, it could change the orbit of the world. When it moved, it could collapse space itself. This was the strongest spell Wang Lin had created. He could only form one wheel in his life. This was the power of his three essences, and there would never be a second one. The 10,000 origin souls became the formation spirits to push the wheel. They all let out roars and pushed the wheel toward the remaining hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators. It rotated once. The world cracked, and the planets that formed the planet formation began to collapse. All the vitality seemed to have been sucked out of the star system, and there was no aura left. Nearly 30% of the hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators had their bodies shattered and died. After just one revolution, the 10,000 origin souls that were pushing the wheel dimmed. They no longer had the strength to push the wheel a second time. Just at this moment, the inner realm cultivators all retreated and sat down. Even Mu Bingmei did the same. The moment they sat down, their origin souls flew out from their bodies and entered the giant wheel that replaced the stars. They pushed the wheel of fate to rotate once more. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars, and the giant wheel rotated once more. In an instant, another 30% of the outer realm cultivators died to this indescribable force. The river of blood scattered across the stars. The remaining outer realm cultivators were terrified to the limit by this shocking change. They went crazy, and their hearts trembled from fear. At this moment, they all retreated like crazy. Facing this power they couldn't understand, they didn't dare to resist, and they couldn't resist. Even the two arcane void cultivators fighting Qing Lin's group of three were terrified. The old woman and the last celestial imperial concubine desperately retreated. They broke free from the siege of Qing Lin's group of three and quickly escaped. Their cultivation levels were extraordinary, so they were far away in an instant, facing the scattered remnants of the outer realm cultivators. Even if there were tens of thousands of inner realm cultivators, they didn't have the strength to push the giant will a third time. Qing Lin closed his eyes, and his origin soul rose. As a third-step cultivator and the celestial emperor of the Rain celestial realm, the power of his origin soul was heaven-shaking. After it appeared, it turned into a giant and arrived before the wheel with one step. He mercilessly pressed down. At the same time, Master Hongshan and the woman in purple from the summoned river closed their eyes, and their origin souls flew out. In the distance, Shimizu ignored his injuries and flew out as well. The origin souls of these four people stood before the giant wheel. As they pressed down, the wheel rumbled and slowly rotated a third time. The moment the wheel rotated the third time, the star system collapsed. This was a true collapse, and layers of fragments scattered in all directions. The outer realm cultivators that had escaped far away couldn't escape. As they were escaping, they were affected by the power of the wheel, and their bodies collapsed. After the wheel rotated a third time, it still had power to slowly rotate, but it couldn't complete the fourth time. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and his origin soul flew out and pressed down on the wheel. With this, the wheel began to rotate once more and finally completed the fourth rotation. After the fourth rotation, the star system buzzed, and a strange force fused with the origin souls of Wang Lin and all the inner realm cultivators to launch a heaven-shattering sweep. Under this sweep, all the remaining outer realm cultivators, no matter where they were on the Luo Tian, trembled and collapsed. The old woman that had tried to kill Wang Lin trembled and dissipated. Her origin soul was destroyed. Only the last celestial imperial concubine managed to break open the world ahead of time. She used the life-threatening spell she had learned on the immortal astral continent to open a rift. She walked in with a pale face and was able to survive. Everything was over. Outside the wheel, the countless origin souls returned to their bodies one by one. The moment they returned, they coughed out blood and were seriously injured. Wang Lin also coughed out blood. The wheel formed by the three essences was a great burden on him. Even his ancient god body couldn't bear it. If it wasn't for the tens of thousands of inner realm cultivators working together to offset it, he wouldn't have been able to turn the essence wheel. Similarly, if the other three arcane void cultivators hadn't been killed or trapped by him, they would have joined forces to resist, and he wouldn't have been able to make the inner realm cultivators work together to turn the essence wheel. 3 years. The last 3 years. Wang Lin stood up from the Emperor Furnace with exhaustion. He took the Emperor Furnace and the essence wheel and flew off into the distance. You all rest for 3 years. I'll guard. 11,000 words for 4 chapters. I'll make up for the missing ones in the next few days. Less than 3 chapters. Not within the range of 80 chapters. I don't know what time I'll be back tonight. Alas, I don't even know if I can make it in time. I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1661. In the inner realm's 4-star systems, all the invading outer realm cultivators were buried by the 4 wheels formed by the power of the inner realm and disappeared. The only one that escaped was the celestial imperial concubine. She quickly escaped through the rift in panic. However, there was one person who didn't die to the wheel of the world. That person was Yun Luo. Yun Luo was the person who dreaded Wang Lin the most among all the outer realm cultivators. The scenes she had divined were engraved in her heart. The moment Wang Lin forced the sovereign back, Yun Luo didn't hesitate to crush the life-saving jade her teacher had left her. This jade was something her teacher had refined before her death. It was fused with the stars and allowed her to teleport. No matter where she was, she would instantly return to her clan's altar in the ancient star system. After one time, the jade would shatter. She had carried this jade with her all year round. Even when her avatar died, she hadn't used it. Today, she had used this jade to save her life. As for Wang Lin, his aura was unstable. Although he had the body of an ancient god, he had been seriously injured in the previous battle. These injuries came from killing the celestial imperial concubine, whose name and rank he didn't even know, and also from suppressing the old man in black and the other celestial imperial concubine with the Emperor Furnace. However, even more than that, it was because he had fused the 3 essences to form the wheel of the world. It had taken almost all of his strength to form this wheel. In particular, pushing the fourth wheel had exhausted Wang Lin. Although his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of spirit void after reaching the third step, this kind of burden had made him extremely tired. Right now his face was pale, and he didn't look as strong as before. It was as if a gust of wind could make him fall, but his eyes were still filled with determination and coldness. He didn't retreat and didn't fall. Instead, he said he would protect the inner realm for 3 years. Just as Wang Lin said those words, Situ, Nan, and the other cultivators arrived from the distance. They had come late, but because they hadn't participated in the battle, none of them were injured. Aside from Wang Lin, they had become the protectors of the inner realm. When Wang Lin left, he didn't even have time to say a few words to Shimizu or the people he was familiar with before he left. Time was of the essence. Although the inner realm was still calm, only Wang Lin knew that this was just the beginning. All of this was just the first step. The real calamity would come during these 3 years, or even after 3 years. It would set off a peak power that might destroy the entire inner and outer realms. After all, in the eyes of the people of the immortal astral continent, even if all the cultivators in the cave world died, it wouldn't matter. The heavenly Tao would continue to create lives, and after tens of thousands of years, countless lives would appear. There would be third-step cultivators among them, and there would be powerhouses struggling inside the cave world. However, Wang Lin wasn't willing to let this happen. He had his own plan, a crazy idea. With this plan in mind, he turned into a ray of light and pushed the wheel formed by the 3 essences toward the stars. After him, Mu Bingmei looked at Wang Lin's departing figure and bit her lower lip. There was no more complexity in her eyes, only confusion. After a long time, she lowered her head. Wang Lin's words lingered in her ears for a long time. Although she's not my lover, she is the mother of my son, Wang Lin. Mu Bingmei raised her beautiful head. The confusion in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with determination. She turned into a blue phoenix and chased after Wang Lin. In the distance, Shimizu's origin soul returned. He opened his eyes and looked at the woman in pink, who was watching Wang Lin disappear. He let out a sigh and slowly spoke. You and he have known each other for a long time, right? The woman in pink pondered for a moment. Her gaze fell on Shimizu, and she gently nodded. His life has been miserable, and he's been alone to this day. If you want to accompany him, then don't hesitate. In a person's life, once you hesitate, you might lose something. Don't be like me back then. There was a flash of reminiscence in Shimizu's eyes. The woman in pink lowered her head. After a long time, she softly asked, "Why did you save me?" Shimizu pondered for a long time before revealing a bitter expression. He shook his head and didn't say anything. There were some things he couldn't say. If he could say them, he would have said them back then when he recognized her as his daughter. However, he didn't know how to express them. After waiting for a long time, the woman in pink bowed toward Shimizu. Her eyes were complicated. She didn't understand. She let out a sigh and turned to chase after Wang Lin. Off in the distance, Qing Lin rose to his feet, looked up at the starry sky, and closed his eyes. Perhaps he knows some of the truth, just like what teacher told me back then. Back then, I couldn't believe it and could only choose to forget to deceive myself. He is stronger than me. He didn't choose to deceive himself and chose to face it. As Mu Bingmei and the woman in pink flew away, a third ray of light flew out from a planet that hadn't collapsed. There was a woman inside that ray of light. Her name was Shi Zifeng. After this war, there were less than 50,000 inner realm cultivators left. Since the first battle at the Cloud Sea 97 years ago, out of the nearly 500,000 inner realm cultivators, more than 90% had died in the past 97 years. What remained was the full power of the inner realm cultivators. The death toll in this war that had lasted for nearly 100 years had never been so tragic. There weren't many third-step cultivators in the inner realm, and now even more had died. Those that survived were all injured. Without enough Joss flames, even their recovery was extremely slow. It was likely they wouldn't be able to reach their peak again in their lifetime. After this war, There were only 19 planets left in the Luo-Tian star system. These 19 planets became places for the 50,000 cultivators to heal. This place became the new cultivation world of the inner realm. Under the protection of Situ, Nan, and company, everyone chose to sit down on these 19 planets to heal. There were cultivators that were good at alchemy that endured their injuries and went to the other 3-star systems to find herbs. They were going to refine pills to help others recover faster. Everything seemed to calm down, and the tens of thousands of cultivators began to recover. However, they didn't relax, as this war was not over. At this moment, the 4th ray of light flew out from a planet toward where Wang Lin disappeared. There was also a woman inside the ray of light. This woman was the arcane void cultivator from the summoned river, the woman in purple. Her origin was mysterious, and aside from a few people in the inner realm, no one else knew her identity. However, her actions in this war had won everyone's respect. 30 years ago, her little sister had died in battle. Since then, she, who had always been silent, hadn't said a word. The vitality of the inner realm calmed down and silently passed these 3 years. Wang Lin was tired as he pushed the wheel formed by the 3 essences toward the cloud sea. The gap in the cloud sea was the gap in the realm ceiling formation. It was the biggest hidden danger for the inner realm during these 3 years. If he wanted the inner realm to have these last 3 years to recover, not only would he have to seal the gap, but Wang Lin would have to guard it by himself for more than 1,000 days and nights. In truth, he didn't have to do this. He could have deceived himself and found a strange place to live out his life alone. However, he couldn't, and he didn't want to. As he moved forward, howls echoed among the stars. This was the sound of the wheel formed by the 3 essences breaking through space. The light in Wang Lin's eyes covered up the exhaustion on his face as he pushed the wheel forward. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the border of the cloud sea. He took a step and moved like a ray of light. There was no longer any fog in the cloud sea, so it was no longer blurry but extremely clear. The smell of blood filled the air and collapsed rocks floated in the air. It looked like a ruin. Wang Lin pushed the 3 great wheels through the ruins of the cloud sea. The battlefield of the first battle gradually appeared before him. This was one of the few areas in the cloud sea where there was no fog. However, as Wang Lin closed in, a gust of wind spread out from the wheel. As this gust of wind swept by, the fog outside the gap in the cloud sea rapidly moved and scattered. It didn't take long for the originally dense fog before Wang Lin to completely dissipate, revealing the 10,000-foot gap. This gap was like a scar that had existed inside the realm ceiling formation. After nearly 100 years, it still hadn't healed completely. The inner realm cultivators had tried to repair it, but they all left in disappointment. This gap could no longer be repaired because the realm ceiling formation that sealed the inner and outer realms was on the verge of collapse. It was unknown who created the realm ceiling formation. However, after countless years, under the repeated attacks of the destructive power, it became weak as if it was on the verge of death. Standing before the gap, Wang Lin silently pondered. He looked at the realm ceiling formation and scanned it with his divine sense. He could feel the existence of the treasure spirits, but even their auras were dim and showed signs of dissipating as the realm ceiling formation weakened. This formation is dead. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He turned around and looked behind him. A ray of purple light carrying the aura of a 3rd-step cultivator closed in. This purple light was the last person to walk out, but the first to catch up to Wang Lin, the female cultivator from the summoned river. First update delivered. Chapter 1662. Standing at the gap in the realm ceiling formation, Wang Lin looked at the female cultivator from the summoned river. He watched as the purple figure turned into a cold woman and stood 100 feet away. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Mu Bingmei, she was still very stunning. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her pale face added a bit of beauty to her appearance. She gave off a feeling of weakness, but also strength. Xia. After the woman in purple appeared, she looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, she spoke in a cold voice. It seemed like she hadn't spoken for a long time, so her tone was a bit rough. Is this the lightning celestial emperor Xia? Wang Lin had some guesses about this woman's identity. When he heard this, he clasped his hands at her. Hand over the celestial imperial concubine you sealed. Xia pondered a bit and coldly said. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but his eyes lit up. He looked at the woman in purple, and his eyes narrowed. There was a flash of coldness in them. Which concubine of the celestial sovereign are you? Wang Lin's words were shocking. After he spoke, the woman in purple's eyes narrowed, and she coldly looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, she slowly said, the 8th concubine of the celestial sovereign Xia. Which concubine was the one I killed? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly spoke. The one you killed was the 2nd concubine of the celestial sovereign. The one you sealed was the 5th concubine. The one that escaped was the 6th concubine. Xia's voice was no longer rough and became smooth. However, the coldness in her voice hadn't lessened at all. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had seen more than half of the 8 concubines, and he had an outline of them in his mind. Among the 8 concubines, the 4th concubine was the fox-like woman who wanted to control the Tuos senator. She was trapped in the ancient order tomb and couldn't come out. The 3rd concubine was the indifferent woman who had interacted with Wang Lin and was released from the ancient order tomb. She didn't participate in the war against the inner realm. As for the 2nd concubine, she had the most connections with the outer realm. From some of the clues, she seemed to have cooperated with the sovereign, and now she had died by his hand. There was also the 5th concubine who was suppressed in the emperor furnace and couldn't be fully refined. If what Xia said was true, then the celestial imperial concubine that escaped before was the 6th concubine. Therefore, out of the 8 concubines, only 2 were left. Wang Lin had never seen them before. These 2 were the 1st and 7th concubines. The woman I made a deal with in the crack in the rank 9 region of the Cloud Sea is likely one of the celestial imperial concubines. I just don't know if she's the 1st or 7th concubine. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. 5th sister, who has been sealed and suppressed by you, is very useful to me. Give her to me. Xia spoke in a cold voice that couldn't be questioned. She was obviously someone who held a high position and was considered a genius, even on the immortal astral continent. This was why she subconsciously said this to everyone. Wang Lin frowned. Seeing that she had fought for the inner realm for so long, he pondered a bit and was prepared to give her the 5th concubine. However, just at this moment, the woman in purple spoke once more. Also, you need to go to the outer realm and capture the other celestial imperial concubines and send them to me. They are very useful to me, so you need to do this as soon as possible. As for guarding this place for 3 years, there is no need. Once the celestial sovereign. The woman's voice was cold, and she spoke in a commanding tone. However, before she finished speaking, Wang Lin frowned once more and his eyes lit up. Wang Lin felt like his heart was blocked. He looked at Xia, who was giving orders, and coldly said, "Too much. Your request is too much. Presumptuous. What kind of identity do you have to dare to speak to me like this? You are doing all of this to awaken the celestial sovereign and obtain a great fortune. Do what I tell you to do. Once it is done, I'll report your benefits to the celestial sovereign." Xia's eyes were filled with phoenix might as she stared at Wang Lin, and her expression became gloomy. Wang Lin was startled for a moment. He looked at Xia and suddenly smiled. As he smiled, his heart became cold. So it's like this. Not all of the 8 concubines have betrayed the celestial sovereign. You, the 8th concubine, are still loyal. However, forget killing the other concubines. I can't even give you the 5th concubine sealed by Wang. I'm sorry, I can't comply. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and sneered. Xia's eyes narrowed when she heard Wang Lin's words. She vaguely felt like she had misunderstood something. She didn't know much about Wang Lin. She only knew that he was the disciple of the Lord of the Sealed Realm the current lord of the sealed realm. He had done a lot for the inner realm, such as the decisive battle and killing. In her view, he had done all of this because of the title Lord of the Sealed Realm. The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm had appointed him, so he should have told him everything. This person should have belonged to the Celestial Sovereign and belonged to the Celestial Sovereign. This was why she had come to find Wang Lin after his cultivation level shocked her. She had issued a series of orders for him to cooperate. She never thought he would refuse. After all, she was the Celestial Sovereign's concubine, and their goal was the same, to awaken the Celestial Sovereign. Once the Celestial Sovereign awakened, both of them would obtain great benefits. However, Wang Lin's laughter and refusal caused Zixia to immediately return to her senses. She retreated a few steps and looked at Wang Lin. She suddenly said, "Did the previous Lord of the Sealed Realm not tell you about his mission and where he came from? The Seven Tao sect of the immortal astral continent. Wang naturally knows about this." Wang Lin coldly looked at Zixia. If it wasn't for the fact that she had done a lot for the inner realm, no matter what her goal was, he would have already pushed her away and ignored her. After he spoke, Zixia's expression changed greatly. She subconsciously retreated more than 100 feet, and her eyes were filled with shock. Wang Lin's words were cold. He looked at the woman in purple and waved his sleeve. "Wang knows everything. Leave. Don't appear before Wang again." The woman in purple's face turned pale, and she retreated a few more steps. Her expression continued to change as she stared at Wang Lin and clenched her teeth. "Since you know all of this, why don't you join forces with me? The two of us can awaken the Celestial Sovereign. Once he awakens, he will give us a great fortune. Lord Celestial Sovereign is also one of the strongest people on the immortal astral continent. Once he awakens, I can beg him to accept you as a disciple. Then you can leave this cave and become a member of the Seven Tao sect. You can obtain the identity of a cultivator on the immortal astral continent. The immortal astral continent is the real world, tens of thousands of times better than this cave. Only you and I can make this contribution. Lord Celestial Sovereign will even gift you cultivation, so you can have a place on the immortal astral continent. At that time, you will have a bit of fame in the immortal astral continent. That is the real celestial realm, and your cultivation level will increase a lot there." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the woman in purple. Her words didn't tempt him at all. The seven-colored Celestial Sovereign's Tao couple is comparable to the 9 suns on the immortal astral continent. One of the strongest people on the immortal astral continent. What a joke. He is only a small lord on the immortal astral continent. Even your Seven Tao sect is only a small sect. I fear there is another reason you want him to awaken. You actually know about the 9 suns. Zixia's expression changed once more, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She suddenly thought of Wang Lin pulling the Li Guang bow and what the sovereign had roared. "Scram for me. If not for your contribution to the inner realm, Wang wouldn't have let you go just because of your identity as a member of the Seven Tao sect." There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, and his gaze fell on the woman in purple. The woman in purple's mind trembled, and panic appeared on her face. She retreated and no longer spoke. She turned into a ray of purple light and quickly left. "I'll naturally find a way to awaken the seven-colored Celestial Sovereign, but not for a fortune, but to kill him. Kill him, and this cave will be ownerless. Then I'll take the heavenly Tao and let the people of this cave leave this place and enter the immortal astral continent." Wang has been a heaven-defying cultivator his entire life. If he wants to do something, he will do it. How can he be a dog and beg someone to take him out of this place? Even if I don't leave in the end and die to the Celestial Sovereign, Wang is still a heaven-defying man. Wang Lin sneered. He didn't say these words out loud, but they echoed in his mind. He looked at where the woman in purple had gone and didn't even ask her about the heaven-avoiding coffin. Wang Lin wouldn't ask about this matter. If he left the immortal astral continent, he would have a way to know everything and even resurrect Wan Air. However, if he couldn't do anything in the end, then there was no need to ask. Dying with one air was the last pride a man could have before he died. Wang Lin turned around and withdrew his gaze. He looked at the dying realm ceiling formation, and his eyes shined brightly. He took a step forward and closed in on the spiderweb-like realm ceiling formation. He sat down before it and closed his eyes. His cultivation activated, and he began to cultivate. As Wang Lin cultivated, origin energy from the cloud sea gathered from all directions and entered Wang Lin's body. The origin energy was absorbed by his origin soul and nourished his body. At the same time, his ancient god body began to rapidly recover. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void, and several balls of essences appeared. He crushed them one by one and absorbed them into his body. They fused with his 6 essences, causing them to slowly circulate once more. After reaching the 3rd step, the origin energy could only work with the luck god's power to speed up the recovery of his body, but it didn't help his cultivation at all. In the 3rd step, there was only one thing needed to increase and restore one's cultivation, and that was source. Time passed. Several hours later, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a shocking pressure. Since the realm ceiling formation is dead, I'll destroy it completely and rebuild it with my Wang Lin's cultivation. Send the 2nd update. Also, Chapter 1663. The Outer Realm 3rd Step cultivators used Joss flames to nourish their bodies and make them indestructible. However, for the Inner Realm 3rd Step cultivators, the scarcity of Joss flames was like a ravine. Not only did it prevent them from reaching the 3rd step, once they were injured or consumed too much of their essence, it was very difficult to recover. Wang Lin hadn't relied on Joss flames to reach the 3rd step. He had relied on his comprehension to complete his 3 ethereal essences. He had relied on devouring to complete his thunder and fire essences. As a result, he didn't need Joss flames at the 3rd step. He needed the essences others had already formed. Devouring endless essences would allow his cultivation level to recover and increase. Similarly, he didn't have a Joss flame realm, so he couldn't fuse the Joss flame realm with his body. He would become the world and reach completion. Wang Lin's body was the ancient god body, which was in existence beyond completion. That was why he could kill an early-stage arcane void cultivator with his mid-stage spirit void cultivation. Wang Lin would even dare to fight mid-stage arcane void cultivators, but it would be difficult to win. However, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. Wang Lin's path to the 3rd step was completely different from any other cultivators. Even the 7-colored celestial sovereign's path was different. In the end, even the 7-colored celestial sovereign needed Joss flames, but the Joss flames he absorbed were not poisonous. It wasn't that no one had walked Wang Lin's path, but it was extremely difficult. The end of this path was endless and extremely rugged. If he wanted to become an arcane void cultivator, he would have to form a few more essences. Once he reached completion, he could improve. Compared to others who could never complete their essences after reaching the 3rd step, Wang Lin was different. He could still obtain the 7th, 8th, 9th, and even 10th essences. Moreover, because he wasn't absorbing Joss flames, his essences didn't have the fatal flaw of reaching completion after reaching the 3rd step. What he needed now was to find or comprehend the 7th essence. Once the 7th essence was complete, he could reach the late stage of Spirit Void. If the 8th origin appeared and reached large success, then his cultivation would reach the peak of Spirit Void. Once the 9 origins appeared, he would be able to step into the profound Void realm. After that, if he had great wisdom and luck, he could fuse the 9 essences into a force called Void on the immortal astral continent. This void force would allow him to face the calamity of the 3rd step. If he passed this calamity, he would become a void tribulant exalt. The tribulation between void tribulation and arcane void was life and death. Success meant life, and failure meant death. From ancient times until now, there were no exceptions. This was a ravine that had to be faced. This tribulation was also known as the Arcane Tribulation. It was split into 9 stages, and only those who passed all 9 stages would succeed. He had truly stepped into the void tribulation realm. Even someone as strong as the Sovereign had only gone through 3 arcane tribulants and didn't have the courage to face a 4th. As for Down Master Blue Dream, he hadn't even passed the first one and was stuck at the peak of the late stage of arcane void. He wasn't afraid of death, but he couldn't cut off the worry in his heart. He hadn't finished the last thing, and he couldn't face the regret of failure. Over the countless years, many talented people had been born among the cave cultivators in the inner and outer realms. A few of them had reached the 3rd step, but in the end, only one person had passed the 8th arcane tribulant as a cave cultivator. As long as he passed one more, he could become a void tribulant. He was the old Devil Jean. Back then, he had failed the 5th arcane tribulant and should have died. The Sovereign knew this, but what the Sovereign didn't know was that the old Devil Jean had somehow obtained a great celestial fortune. This celestial fortune allowed his cultivation level to increase greatly, allowing him to pass the 8th arcane tribulant and stop before the 9th arcane tribulant. On the immortal astral continent, people with void tribulant cultivation were called Grand Exalts. This kind of cultivation level was already at the peak of the 3rd step. If he could take that legendary step, he would be able to step into the void. The 7-colored celestial sovereign was a void tribulant cultivator, but he wasn't at peak void tribulant, but mid-stage void tribulant. Although he was only at the mid-stage, it was enough for him to become famous on the immortal astral continent and establish his own sect. He established the 7 Tao sect. Wang Lin didn't know all of this, but he didn't have time to think about it. When he opened his eyes, he stood up. He didn't look tall, but a powerful aura came from his body. He stood there as if he was supporting the star system. His back was facing the inner realm, as if he was the ancient god's wrist guard. He gave off an indescribable sense of security. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he stepped forward. With his step, he landed on the dying realm ceiling formation. The formation trembled and gave off a light that was far weaker than before. While pondering, Wang Lin raised his right foot and stomped down on the realm ceiling formation. With a thunderous bang, the entire realm ceiling formation trembled and shined brightly. Large nets continued to appear and spread across the entire inner realm. Even the tens of thousands of inner realm cultivators recuperating near the Luo Tian all opened their eyes and saw the 6 realms ceiling formations. The power of one step caused the realm ceiling formation to appear completely. Only when it appeared completely would Wang Lin be able to make the dying realm ceiling formation see its final moments. You have sealed the inner and outer realms for countless years. You have prevented the outer realm from invading and prevented the inner realm from leaving. For the inner realm, you are a guardian, so I have to bow to you. Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at the realm ceiling formation. However, it is because of your existence that there are very few 3rd step cultivators in the He realm. This makes the power of the inner and outer realms disproportionate. Your existence has trapped my inner realm cultivators forever. Wang Lin raised his right hand and mercilessly pressed down on the 6 realms ceiling formation. With this, the karma print appeared and Wang Lin's fingers pressed down. Thunderous rumbles echoed as his fingers formed a fist and he pulled. Karma spirit extraction. Wang Lin let out a roar. As his right hand pulled, the realm's ceiling formation trembled violently. A bolt of thunder came out from the formation and was extracted by Wang Lin. This was an illusory lance formed by thunder. This lance contained the power of endless thunder. It was the holy relic of the Scattered Thunder clan. With a squeeze of his right hand, the lightning spear collapsed and turned into countless bolts of lightning that scattered in all directions. The bolts of lightning filled the surrounding millions of miles, illuminating the starry sky. This was the first time the Thunderland spirit had been extracted and destroyed after being integrated into the formation. From now on, this spirit would no longer exist in the realm ceiling formation. As the spear collapsed, the sealed realm formation trembled, and fine cracks appeared on the net. I don't know who created you, but today you have survived and will dissipate. I, Wang Lin, will set up a new formation here. This formation will only exist for my inner realm, only for my inner realm. It will completely belong to my inner realm. Wang Lin raised his right hand and hit the realm sealing formation 6 times. 6 rumbles, 6 karma strikes, 6 clenched fists, and the realm sealing formation began to truly collapse. The boundless net that covered the entire inner realm was shattered. Before Wang Lin, a blood-red light spread out. The entire formation was shrouded in a blood-red light. Howls of pain and anguish echoed across the world. A giant 9-headed meteor hammer appeared and howled. The meteor hammer gave off a shocking aura and black blood dripped from it. However, after it left the realm sealing formation, it collapsed and dissipated before Wang Lin's eyes. After the meteor hammer, a heat wave rushed out and a giant flaming catapult appeared. This war chariot was extremely ferocious, and it was also the realm sealing formation spirit. Countless inner and outer realm cultivators had died to it, and most of them were inner realm cultivators. At this moment, the war chariot was pulled out and shattered into a cloud of mist that scattered in all directions. After the war chariot, there was a bright, golden light, and a golden blade appeared. After the golden light, a monstrous purple blade appeared, and a purple whip thousands of feet long appeared. There were countless runes on the whip, and it gave off crackling sounds as it twisted like a python. After the whip appeared, the realm sealing formation trembled, and an ancient aura appeared. A huge wolf-tooth mace appeared. This wolf-tooth mace had countless spikes on it. It was terrifying. The countless resentful souls around it were enough to witness the monstrous slaughter the realm sealing formation had experienced. However, just as the 3 formation spirits appeared, they all collapsed and disappeared from the world. They disappeared from the realm sealing formation. The other formation spirit that hadn't fully formed yet was destroyed along with them. It was still a cloud of mist, and after it appeared, it exploded. 7 of the 9 realm sealing formation spirits had been destroyed. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the realm sealing formation that had lost 6 formation spirits. At this moment, the formation was showing signs of irreversible collapse. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the collapse began across the entire inner realm. At this moment, all the inner realm cultivators saw the net of the realm sealing formation shatter layer by layer. At this moment, there was no longer anything blocking the realm sealing formation. The 8th spirit of the realm sealing formation, my G clan's holy artifact, the heaven-splitting axe. Will you return to my hand, Wang Lin, or will you be destroyed along with the formation? I'll give you a choice. Wang Lin waved his right hand at the realm sealing formation. The realm sealing formation rumbled and collapsed, revealing the 8th spirit. The power of this spirit was stronger than the previous 7. This spirit was the ancient god clan's supreme treasure, the heaven-splitting axe. As the thunderous rumbles echoed and the realm sealing formation collapsed, the shadow of a giant axe slowly floated out from the formation with a powerful ancient god aura. Her child was sick. It was simple herpes. She was infected by other kindergarten students and friends, so she couldn't speak and had a fever. She had passed it on to her wife, and the 2 of them had the same symptoms. Her body was fine, and she had to take medicine to prevent it. The reason why YY had been delayed from 8 o'clock yesterday was because she had gone to the hospital and had a high fever. Today it was serious. Seeing her daughter in pain, Erjun was very anxious. He had to take care of the mother and daughter, and he had to go to the hospital to pick them up. However, everyone can rest assured that Erjun will make up for the missing chapter in the next few days. Chapter 1664. When the axe appeared, the aura of the god of luck spread out like a wave. It swept up the collapsing realm sealing formation, causing it to tremble even more violently. If one closed their eyes, they would be able to feel the endless slaughter that the heaven-splitting axe had unleashed over the countless years. Over the countless years, the number of spirits that had died under the axe was innumerable. The moment the axe appeared, Wang Lin vaguely saw countless illusions of resentful souls. These resentful souls were blurry and appeared around the heaven-splitting axe. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, it looked like bumps had appeared on the axe. This scene was like the axe carrying the dead souls from the underworld. Its momentum was shocking. After it appeared, it didn't dissipate like the 7 spirits before. Instead, it floated in the air and became even more corporeal. It was as if it had a spirit and was making a choice. It would choose to recognize Wang Lin as its master, or it would choose to destroy itself. Time slowly passed, and the rumbles from the realm ceiling formation became even louder. Wang Lin waited for half an incense stick of time and saw that the heaven-splitting axe was still floating there. He frowned and his eyes were calm. Since you're not going to follow Wang, then you can disappear like smoke. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed down on the heaven-splitting axe inside the realm ceiling formation. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the formation began to collapse once more. As it collapsed, the heaven-splitting axe trembled and charged at Wang Lin. At this instant, the heaven-splitting axe seemed to break free from the realm ceiling formation. When it closed in on Wang Lin, it suddenly lifted up and chopped down on Wang Lin. A mere royal ancient god treasure dares to injure me. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he stepped forward. His body trembled and expanded. In an instant, he became 10,000 feet tall and turned into the true body of the god of luck. Wang Lin's body was like a giant as he stood above the realm ceiling formation. As the heaven-splitting axe closed in, Wang Lin raised his right hand and threw a punch at the axe. A thunderous rumble echoed and caused space itself to tremble. The realm ceiling formation collapsed layer by layer, and the net was shattered. Even the heaven-splitting axe was knocked back by the force of Wang Lin's punch. However, Wang Lin didn't feel good either. He was forced back several thousand feet, and a deep wound appeared on his right hand. Even the bones inside the wound were shattered. The heaven-splitting axe was extremely powerful. As he retreated, there was a flash of light in Wang Lin's eyes. As his right hand rapidly recovered, his hand reached out and a monstrous blood light appeared. The blood sword appeared in his hand, and with a shake, it grew to more than 1,000 feet long and shrouded the area. Holding the blood sword, Wang Lin's body flickered. He raised the blood sword in his right hand and swung it down. Sword energy roared, and the blood sword shot out toward the heaven-splitting axe. Both of them were invincible treasures, and when they crashed into each other, loud bangs rang out. The sword and the axe continued to clash, but the heaven-splitting axe was still slightly inferior. After all, it was not controlled by anyone, and it moved on its own with the help of its artifact's spirit. A moment later, it was forced back again and again as the bangs reverberated in the air. Sword scars appeared on the body of the axe. The light emitted by the body of the axe flickered incessantly and dimmed. I'll give you one more choice. Recognize Wang as your master. Wang Lin let out a roar as his sword fell. With a bang, the axe trembled and was pushed back. When it landed in the void, there was another bang, and a huge rift was torn open in the cosmos. The blood sword in Wang Lin's right hand disappeared. At the same time, Wang Lin took a step forward and closed in on the heaven-splitting axe. As the axe flew out from the crack, the power of an ancient god spread out, and Wang Lin grabbed the handle. Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly grabbed the axe. No matter how much the axe struggled, it couldn't break free. But just at this moment, the shadow of an ancient god rushed out from the axe. It was impossible to see what it looked like, but it rushed toward Wang Lin like it was going to devour him. From afar, this scene could be seen clearly. The illusory image of the axe, with the axe as the base, grew to several thousand zhang tall. It was incomparably huge, like a cone. The higher it went, the larger it became. It was like smoke coming out of a chimney, and when it was high up in the air, it could expand countless times. This illusory figure was the spirit of the heaven-splitting axe. It bent down and let out a roar as it rushed toward Wang Lin. Before it, Wang Lin's body was like the difference between a youth and a man in his prime. It looked like he couldn't resist, but Wang Lin's eyes widened, and he let out a roar at the shadow. "You dare? I'm a royal ancient god. I'm the inheritor of Dao Ji. If you want to touch me, you're courting death." With this roar, the ancient godhead behind Wang Lin opened its mouth and roared at the same time as Wang Lin. It was as if a tornado had swept by and landed on the shadow of the heaven-splitting axe. The shadow let out a miserable scream, and its body seemed to be filled with fear. It trembled as it retreated and was torn to pieces. However, it quickly reformed. After it reformed, its body trembled and it struggled to clasp its hands at Wang Lin. Then its body rapidly shrank until it disappeared into the heaven-splitting axe. The heaven-splitting axe no longer struggled and slowly calmed down. Wang Lin held the axe and bit the tip of his tongue to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a blood-colored seal that landed on the axe. The seal flashed and disappeared. He looked at the heaven-splitting axe in his hand. This time, he had used his own strength to suppress it by force. He still remembered that he couldn't have done this with his cultivation level. It was only with the help of the previous lord of the sealed realm that he was barely able to control the axe. Holding the giant axe, his white hair fluttered. At this moment, Wang Lin was no different from the statue on Suzaku. With a wave of his right hand, the heaven-splitting axe turned into specks of light and disappeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Looking down at the collapsing realm ceiling formation, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. This realm ceiling formation had a total of 9 spirits, and the last one was the most powerful. The Lord of the Sealed Realm had fused with this spirit to control it. However, when a gap appeared in the formation and a series of events occurred, the Lord of the Sealed Realm's soul completely died. This caused the last spirit to lose some of its vitality. The dying of the realm ceiling formation had something to do with this. He raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers formed a palm toward the realm ceiling formation. Wang Lin used the karma print one last time. The karma print fused with his palm, and he mercilessly clenched it into a fist. The collapsing realm ceiling formation let out the strongest sound. The entire formation seemed to be making its final struggle. As it trembled violently, a broken jade was slowly pulled out from the formation. There were many deep cracks on the jade. There were more than a dozen cracks, and one of them was clearly from 100 years ago. Compared to the other cracks, it didn't give off the ancient aura. Although there were so many cracks on it, one could still see a word engraved on the jade. This word was very simple. It was the word celestial. Celestial. As the jade was pulled out by Wang Lin's karma print, the realm ceiling formation began its final collapse. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the net that shrouded the 4-star systems collapsed layer by layer. This time, the collapse of the spoon was complete, and irreversible. As it collapsed, all the remaining cultivators in the 4-star systems were shocked. They personally saw space itself rumble, and the realm ceiling formation that had trapped the inner realm for tens of millions of years was collapsing. In the cloud sea, Mu Bingmei, the woman in pink, and Shi Zifeng turned into 3 rays of light and gathered together. They were still a distance away from Wang Lin. However, at this moment, the collapse of the realm ceiling formation made it impossible for them to move forward. They were together as they watched the net shatter. The shock they felt caused their faces to turn pale. Wang Lin looked at the jade, and after pondering a bit, he waved his right hand. The jade completely flew out of the realm ceiling formation. The moment it left the formation, it was like a tree without roots, a fish out of water. It shattered into pieces with a bang. When the jade shattered, the realm ceiling formation before Wang Lin suddenly collapsed. At this moment, The brilliant void was no longer surrounded by the realm sealing formation. At this moment, the summoned river was completely exposed to the outer realm. At this moment, Luo, Tian, and the Cloud Sea were completely free. After countless years, there was no longer any barrier between the inner and outer realms. They had fused into one. The realm sealing formation that seemed to have existed for eternity and was engraved in the memories of generations of people collapsed and disappeared. Without the realm sealing formation, the mysterious force that prevented the inner realm from gathering Joss flames also disappeared. At this moment, all the third-step cultivators in the Luo Tian star system were filled with excitement. Even Xing Lin was no exception. Wang Lin had destroyed the realm sealing formation. Since the beginning of time, he was the first to do such a thing. He was the first to have such courage and ambition to destroy the realm sealing formation after killing the invading outer realm cultivators. His name was destined to be passed down in the cultivation world for tens of thousands of years because he was the lord of the sealed realm. He wasn't the lord of the sealed realm from the Seven Tao sect. He wasn't a subordinate of the celestial sovereign. He was going to take the inner realm cultivators out of this cave and shake the immortal astral continent. Chapter 1665. The destruction of the formation didn't mean that everything was over. A new formation would form, one that belonged to Wang Lin and the inner realm. This was a new beginning. This was the first step in Wang Lin's plan to kill His Majesty. When the realm sealing formation collapsed, the aura from the outer realm spread out and shrouded the entire inner realm. This aura was unfamiliar but also familiar. In the early days, before the realm sealing formation appeared, the inner and outer realms were one. This aura filled the inner realm and was breathed in by countless mortals and cultivators. A few third-step cultivators used this aura to form their own Joss Flame realms. They created their own Joss Flame realms to hold Joss Flame citizens and use it to cultivate. However, with the appearance of the realm sealing formation, this aura was completely extracted from the inner realm, leaving nothing behind. This created a vicious cycle that lasted for tens of thousands of years. The power of the inner realm couldn't compare to the outer realm at all. However, today this aura that hadn't existed for a day had returned to the inner realm. It was like a wanderer waiting for his home to be sealed. One day, the door would open and the wanderer would return to his home. This unfamiliar, yet familiar aura surrounded the four-star systems. It would be an exaggeration to say that this aura had revived everything, but its existence gave the cultivators of the inner realm hope and hope for the future. They were filled with vitality. The layers of the sealing formation net continued to shatter for several hours before completely collapsing. During these several hours, the thunderous rumbles of the collapse echoed across the star system. As it collapsed, the sound spread to the ancient star system. The remaining outer realm cultivators were all shaken. Some powerful cultivators and a few third-step cultivators flew into the star system and looked toward the direction of the inner realm. They might not be able to see this place, but they could clearly feel the aura of the ancient star system rushing toward that direction, as if it was going to fill up the inner realm. While they were shocked, it was unknown who flew out first. Shortly after, many outer realm cultivators flew out from all over the star system toward the inner realm. They wanted to see what would happen to the inner realm after the realm sealing formation collapsed. Wang Lin stood there calmly. He looked at the realm sealing formation that had dissipated and felt the aura of the ancient star system fly by. His eyes shined brightly. After a long time, he slowly raised his hand and waved. He let out a voice that spread across the four-star systems and echoed across the outer realm. The voice was like an undying thunderclap, causing a huge explosion, but everyone who heard it could hear it clearly. Today, Wang has destroyed the realm sealing formation and wants to reform the formation. This formation has no name. As Wang Lin's words echoed, he waved his arms, and the three wheels formed by the three essences flew out and stood before him. A buzzing sound spread out as the three great wheels that had fused together suddenly swelled. They frantically spread out in all directions, growing from 100,000 feet to 1,000,000 feet, 10 million feet, and then an endless number of feet. As they expanded, they would replace the realm-sealing formation and become the new formation. As it spread, thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he raised his right hand to point at stars. The treasures of the earth cultivation that were destroyed in this 100-year war and the countless treasure spirits that dissipated in the previous wars. Today I, Wang Lin, summon your spirits to come out from the void and fuse with my formation for eternity. Wang Lin's voice contained the power of essences and his life's comprehension. At this moment, invisible ripples spread out with him as the center. They passed by the cloud sea, the Luo Tian, the brilliant void, and the summoned river. As his voice echoed, after the ripples passed, colorful shadows appeared one after another. These shadows were swords, sabers, and all sorts of treasures. These treasures were all damaged. They had already dissipated and collapsed, but they had spirits. These spirits had sensed Wang Lin's call, and for the oath of eternity, they had mysteriously appeared. After a brief moment of silence, howls echoed. The spirits of the treasures, all charged, toward the wheel formed by the three essences. As they fused with them, the expanding wheel gave off a powerful sense of majesty. After fusing with the countless spirits, it gave off a powerful life force. Most of the magical treasure spirits had already died, so they had dissipated. However, there was a cycle of reincarnation in this world. The magical treasure spirits walked out from the cycle of reincarnation. They turned into silver rivers and merged into the wheel of reincarnation from the battlefields of the past in the four great galaxies. As they fused with the wheel, the rapidly expanding wheel gained extreme power. Innocent cultivation planets that have collapsed in these wars. You all have souls. You all have your own strange life force. But in these tens of thousands of years of war, countless of you have been destroyed. Today, I summon all of you in my name, Wang Lin. Fuse with my formation and have eternal life. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow as his words softly echoed. The moment his voice echoed, blurry and illusory cultivation planets appeared one by one in the empty space of the inner realm. There were many of these cultivation planets, and they had long been destroyed. However, their souls were still there and were unwilling to dissipate. As Wang Lin spoke and promised eternal life, the souls of these cultivation planets appeared. As the souls of the cultivation planets appeared in the four-star systems, the dust, meteorites, and shattered continents all trembled. As the howls echoed across the four-star systems, the dust, meteorites, and fragments of the continents flew toward the expanding wheel formed by the three essences. As the fusion continued, the wheel formed by Wang Lin's essences gained a physical form and gave off a pressure beyond the heavens. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the wheel continued to expand until it shrouded the cloud sea, the Luo Tian, the summoned river, and the brilliant void. The inner realm cultivators were all excited as they looked at the wheel formation that had replaced the collapsed realm sealing formation. Their mood was something they had rarely felt in their lives. In the blink of an eye, a new formation shrouded the inner realm and cut off the connection to the outer realm. However, it didn't block the aura of the ancient star system from the outer realm. It stood between the inner and outer realm. This array formation was an infinitely large wheel. Its existence would be even longer than the realm-sealing array. Its appearance was the opening of a new era. The countless outer realm cultivators that died in my inner realm have all died because of the slaughter you caused. However, your souls that can't enter the reincarnation cycle have to atone for your sins. I, Wang Lin, will gather your souls as slaves to push my wheel formation. For generations to come, for years to come, you will never be free. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. His right hand formed a seal, and he pressed down at the inner realm. With this, a storm was set off in the inner realm. This storm was formed by Wang Lin's spell and was formed by Wang Lin's soul. As the storm swept by, a mournful roar that only Wang Lin could hear echoed across the four-star systems. Distorted souls were extracted one by one. They looked ferocious and struggled to appear. Their roars turned into fear. The storm formed by Wang Lin's soul swept by and pulled these souls that weren't divine senses into the wheel. Some of these souls had died in the 100 years of war, but a large portion were ancient people that had died in the wars between the inner and outer realms. The storm swept by Mu Bingmei's group of 3. It blew out from the cloud sea, surrounded the Luo Tian, and swept the summoned river back to the brilliant void. The mournful remnant souls howled in fear as they were forcefully imprisoned. They were swept over and sealed in the formation formed by the wheel. In particular, there were even more souls in the cloud sea, where the first battle had taken place. More than 100,000 souls covered the sky, and they were all sealed by the wheel formation. There were also hundreds of thousands of souls in the Luo Tian star system. Under the silent roar, they couldn't escape their sins. These remnant souls could not enter the cycle of reincarnation, nor could they be reborn. They were already dead. The so-called remnant souls were actually formed from their resentment before they died. Before they were condensed into a form like now, they were just balls of formless resentment. Creatures that were born from breathing such resentment were usually ferocious creatures. Moreover, this kind of resentment had a great impact on cultivators, especially those with low cultivation. Their so-called inner demons often came from these remnant thoughts and resentful spirits that existed in the world. As the souls of the outer realm cultivators that had died in the countless wars fused into the wheel formation, they gradually appeared one by one. Their bodies fused with the wheel and their arms pushed the wheel. With the push of these millions of souls, the wheel began to rotate. Every time the wheel rotated, these souls would let out painful roars, as if something was pressing down on their souls. However, the more painful it was, the more power they used to push the wheel. This cycle continued for generations to come. In the inner realm, the ancestors that died in the wars, the seniors that died, and fellow cultivators of Wang. Today, Wang Lin has disturbed your souls and awakened you. Are you willing to become the immortal formation spirit of this formation? The souls that my inner realm cultivators will worship for generations to come. If you are willing, then Wang greets you. Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at the stars. Do you still have monthly tickets? Chapter 1666. With this bow, time swept across the dark star system like the wind. There seemed to be a slumbering soul slowly awakening from nothingness in the 4 great star fields as the wind-like years rose. With this bow, the heroic souls that had fought to the death in the past, whether it was glory, pride, helplessness, or fighting to survive, the souls of the inner realm cultivators that had died in the endless war seemed to appear as Wang Lin's words echoed. A sense of sorrow spread out from all 4-star systems in the inner realm. This sorrow came from the heroic souls. Although they had died, their remnant souls still existed. They silently watched the inner realm and didn't enter the reincarnation cycle. They weren't willing to enter the reincarnation cycle. They couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle. They could only turn into resentment and sorrow. They wanted to wait for the day all the outer realm cultivators died. They wanted to wait for the day the realm sealing formation completely collapsed. They wanted to see if this endless war would end one day. In the 4 major star systems, as Wang Lin clasped his hands, he didn't raise his head. He maintained his bowing posture and hid the sorrow in his eyes. Illusory souls appeared one by one. The first to appear were the ancient cultivators from before the realm sealing formation existed in the inner and outer realms. They were the first people of the ancient celestial realm. They were taught cultivation by the ancient celestial realm. They were the first people born under the heavenly Tao. Their clothes made them look like savages, but the auras coming from their souls were filled with comprehension of the world. One day, when the realm sealing formation appeared, they were filled with confusion and fear. They wanted to charge out of the realm sealing formation, but in the end, they all died. At this moment, after too long, their heroic souls were summoned by Wang Lin. They appeared in the 4 major star systems and silently looked at Wang Lin in the cloud sea. What appeared after them were the ancient cultivators that had lived in the 4 celestial realms before they were destroyed. To be more accurate, they were the celestials of the 4 celestial realms. Although they weren't true celestials of the immortal astral continent, in Wang Lin's heart, they were celestials. In order to rush out of the inner realm, countless had died to the realm sealing formation. The outer realm had invaded again and again, causing countless deaths. Although Wang Lin bowed his head, he could vaguely feel those mournful souls. He clearly remembered the first time he saw the statue of the Scatter Thunder clan in the 7-Colored Land. Through the statue's memory, he saw the shocking scene of the Celestials trying their best to rush out of the realm sealing formation. But in the end, they all died. For the first time since their deaths, the discarnate souls of the dead immortals had been summoned from the void. After the Celestials came the era of the cultivation world. The souls of the cultivators that had died in the 100-year war appeared from the void. Wang Lin had seen many of them before, but most of them were strangers to him. However, the countless souls that appeared in the 4 celestial realms had all died for the inner realm. Their deaths would be remembered by future generations. Since ancient times, in the wars between the inner and outer realms, far too many cultivators and lives had died, but no one had ever offered sacrifices to these dead cultivators. Not in ancient times, not in the celestial realm. Only now. Only Wang Lin was the first to offer sacrifices to the souls of those who had died in battle. Are you all willing to become the eternal formation spirit of this formation? Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the heroic souls formed by resentment in the 4-star systems and spoke loudly. As Wang Lin spoke, the countless souls in the inner realm suddenly distorted and turned into invisible auras that shot toward Wang Lin. The first to arrive before Wang Lin was an ancient cultivator. His appearance was blurry and his soul eyes were dim. He appeared 1,000 feet before Wang Lin and looked profoundly at Wang Lin. Then he clasped his hands at Wang Lin, who was still bowing. After bowing, his soul rushed into the wheel formed by the 3 essences and willingly became one of the formation spirits. Behind him, the souls that had died in the ancient war arrived one by one. They all stood 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin and bowed toward Wang Lin. They didn't hesitate to enter the wheel formation. Although they still had resentment from when they died, at this moment, they fused with the yin and yang formation without any regrets. They were going to become the formation spirit. They were going to die for the inner realm. Even after they died, they were going to sacrifice their souls to the inner realm. They were heroes in life and heroic souls in death. 1, 2, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, hundreds of thousands. All the ancient souls that had died for the inner realm appeared one by one and arrived before Wang Lin. There were hundreds, or tens of thousands of them. They all bowed toward the wheel formation. After them were the ancient cultivators, the celestials from the 4 celestial realms. They came from different celestial realms, but before they died, the blood of the inner realm flowed through their bodies. Even though they had been dead for so many years, their souls were still the souls of the inner realm. They were born as people of the inner realm and died as souls of the inner realm. They appeared before Wang Lin one by one. Like their ancestors, they clasped their hands at Wang Lin and then fused with the formation. This scene set off a monstrous wave in the hearts of countless people. Wang Lin still maintained his bowing posture and didn't move at all. Behind those celestial souls were the cultivators that had died in this 100-year war. They all arrived one by one. Some familiar and some unfamiliar souls bowed before Wang Lin and charged into the human chaotic reversal formation without any hesitation. Among these people, some were enemies with Wang Lin, and some were friends with Wang Lin. However, at this moment, their souls were filled with the same intent to protect the inner realm with the last of their strength. A tragic aura spread across the star system. This scene was seen by all the outer realm cultivators that had rushed over from all over the ancient star system. They were all terrified by this scene, and their minds trembled. In the inner realm and all heaven, the remaining inner realm cultivators on the 19 planets stood up without anyone to lead them. They clasped their hands at the stars. Master South Cloud, Situ Nan, Master Hongshan, Qing Lin, and all the other cultivators stood up without exception. Their expressions were filled with sorrow and respect as they bowed at the stars. Not only them, but the few remaining inner realm cultivators in the other 3 star systems all stood up. The scenes of the past war appeared before their eyes as they bowed at the stars. There was also Mu, Bing Mei, and company, who were still a distance away from Wang Lin in the Cloud Sea. The 3 of them had sad expressions as they clasped their hands at the shadows that passed by them. At the same time, in the brilliant void, in an empty space, old Devil Jean had a rare, gloomy expression. He stood there and looked at the souls floating by him with a complicated gaze. Lu Kai, Li Dong, Chong, are you all here as well? You all died a long time ago, and only I still exist. At that time, we were also guessing why the inner and outer realms were fighting. I didn't expect fate to make a fool out of us. I was the one who pushed for this war that made me angry and resentful back then. We made an oath together to change all of this, to destroy the realm sealing formation and let the inner realm walk out of this world. However, you all don't know what I learned from the celestial opportunity. I learned a shocking secret. Old Devil Jean's eyes were filled with sadness. Although he was the #1 cultivator in the cave, he was still human, one of the beings born here. He was not ruthless. At this moment, when Wang Lin summoned the souls, his heart felt a stab of pain. He stood there in a daze, and his eyes were filled with confusion. After a long time, he clasped his hands and bowed at the souls that had died. However, just as he bowed, his expression became twisted and painful. It was as if a force had erupted from his body and was preventing him from bowing to these lower realm ants. I can help you, but you can't stop me from bowing to these souls that made me feel guilty. Old Devil Jean clenched his teeth and said word for word. He ignored the force that erupted from his body and bowed toward the distant star system. At the same time, in the Summoned River, there was a meteor that Wang Lin hadn't found when he swept it with his divine sense. Tian Yunzi slowly opened his eyes. His expression was calm as he sensed that the summoned souls in the surrounding starry sky were all standing there silently. After a long time, he walked out of the meteor and stood on it. He looked at the countless souls that had left. I should be the first to awaken my memory aside from the 2 of them. But no matter what, I was once one of the inner realm cultivators. All of you deserve a bow from the old man. Tian Yunzi let out a sigh and waved his sleeves. He clasped his hands and bowed. Also in the Summoned River, there was a person that not even Tian Yunzi had noticed. This person was a young man from the rift to the ancient celestial realm, where Wang Lin's divine retribution went. He was sitting there, and his body was a blur. It was impossible to see him clearly. When he opened his eyes, there was a flash of light in the young man's eyes, and he revealed a look of contempt. What's the use of offering sacrifices to these lowly souls? They're just a bunch of cage birds. I can't find the place Uncle Master Mom mentioned, so I won't look. Calculating the time, Uncle Master is about to awaken. This 7 Dao sect cave is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 1667. Before Wang Lin, the countless souls said their goodbyes and entered the wheel formation formed by his 3 essences. As they entered, the huge wheel formation that existed between the inner and outer realms erupted with a bright light. This light was gentle to the inner realm cultivators, but to the outer realm cultivators, it was a blinding pain. Under this light, one could clearly see the souls of countless outer realm cultivators being enslaved below the wheel formation. They were slowly pushing the wheel to rotate. Inside the wheel pushed by the enslaved outer realm cultivators sat the souls of the inner realm. There were a large number of them, and they sat inside the wheel as the formation spirits. As the wheel rotated, a thunderous rumble echoed across the stars. As it rotated, the world seemed to change. The people of the inner realm could go to the outer realm through this formation, but the outer realm cultivators couldn't enter. At the same time, the appearance of this formation didn't stop the aura of the ancient star system from entering. It only stopped the cultivators of the ancient star system from entering the inner realm. Due to the ancient aura fusing with them, the inner realm no longer had any restrictions on refining Joss flames. The chains that had trapped the inner realm cultivators had completely disappeared. The moment all the souls of the inner realm cultivators entered the wheel formation, Wang Lin waved his arms. His white hair moved without any wind, and his white robe fluttered. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he let out a roar. Nameless wheel formation, open! As the roar echoed, the wheel formation rumbled once more and began to expand like crazy. As it continued to grow, it reached a shocking size in an instant. This wheel didn't stand vertically between the cloud sea and the outer realm. It floated horizontally below the inner realm and shrouded the inner realm. If the inner and outer realms were shrunk countless times, they would be able to see this clearly. The inner realm was like a circle, and outside the circle was the outer realm. At this moment, the circular wheel formation existed below the inner realm. After it completely shrouded the inner realm, Wang Lin waved his hand and let out a roar. The wheel continued to expand toward the space that originally belonged to the outer realm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, causing the inner and outer realms to tremble. It spread across every star system in the cave and caused the cave to tremble. As the wheel continued to rotate and rapidly expand, the outer realm cultivators retreated in terror. Some of them retreated too late and were surrounded by the expanding wheel. They let out miserable screams and their bodies withered. Their origin souls and souls were extracted and fused with the formation below. They became slaves to the formation. As the wheel expanded like crazy, the space of the inner realm expanded infinitely. Everything shrouded by the wheel belonged to the inner realm. This was an invasion, a naked invasion, Wang Lin muttered. The person who set up the realm sealing formation was unfair. Why did he have to use it to divide the inner and outer realms? Today, I, Wang, will use this nameless wheel formation to reopen the star system and redraw the domain. As the wheel formation expanded, the inner realm expanded by 20%. The inner realm's expansion meant that the outer realm's ancient star system had shrunk. Within this 20% expansion, there were countless cultivation planets. The mortals on those planets all stayed there, but all the outer realm cultivators with a mark between their eyebrows were rapidly escaping. If they were too late, their bodies would turn to dust, and their origin souls and souls would be enslaved by the formation. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed to the stars. Over the countless years in the inner realm, the mortals that died innocently because of the war between cultivators. Although your souls can't last as long as cultivators, you are all innocent. Today I, Wang Lin, will use this wheel formation to send all of you into reincarnation. The inner realm trembled and strands of smoke-like aura appeared from all over the inner realm. They came from all directions and formed an invisible vortex around Wang Lin. This vortex contained far more mortal souls than cultivators. The vortex formed by the souls rotated around Wang Lin. As he raised his hand, the vortex rumbled and charged at the expanding wheel formation. In the blink of an eye, these countless mortal souls entered the wheel formation. Using the power of the world, they were all sent into the heavenly Tao samsara that existed in the dark. At the same time, The moment these mortal souls entered the cycle of reincarnation, they used their power to expand the wheel formation once again. It expanded from 20% to 30%. I, Wang Lin, as an inner realm cultivator, have to guard the formation for 3 years. During these 3 years, I, Wang, am willing to give up everything and become the head spirit of the formation. I'll guard the formation until the end of the 3 years. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he stepped forward and fused with the wheel formation. His body fused with the formation until there was no distinction between them. The moment he sat down, the wheel formation suddenly expanded to 4 times its size. At this moment, the inner realm had expanded 40% compared to its original size. At this moment, the wheel formation seemed to have reached its limit and stopped expanding. Instead, it gave off a monstrous light that rose from the bottom of the inner realm. From a distance, the inner realm was shrouded in light and looked like a pillar. Wang Lin's body fused with the formation at the gap in the cloud sea. He sat down, and the Emperor Furnace appeared before him. He sat on the Emperor Furnace and closed his eyes. He began his 3 years of guarding the cloud sea. These upheavals caused the inner realm to increase in 40%. The 4-star systems expanded at the same time, and many planets without cultivators appeared in the inner realm. As a result, it was equivalent to sending a ray of life into the inner realm. However, for the outer realm, it was a heavy blow. From beginning to end, the sovereign that had escaped didn't appear. He sat in another palace and stared at the stars. He was looking at where Wang Lin was. He only has the power of 2 bows. It can't be wrong, only 2 bows. However, I only used the 3 life spell once, and now I only have 1 left. I must make him use up the power of those 2 bows in 3 years. Once the celestial spiritual energy dissipates, he won't be able to withstand a single blow. The sovereign's expression was gloomy, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. His dread of Wang Lin had surpassed the dread of the people who had forced him to retreat from holes 1 and 2. Tao Master Miao Yin, Devil Master 9 Heavens, and esteemed Great Desolation are trapped in the land of the ancient god. There is also the 4th celestial concubine. If the 3 of them can come out, perhaps they can use up the celestial spiritual energy Wang Lin uses to open the bow. The sovereign stood up and was about to step forward when he suddenly stopped. His eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. A jade appeared in his hand. He left a strand of divine sense in the jade slip and waved it outwards. The jade disappeared in a flash. Sovereign Council, listen to my order. Gather all the remaining power to attack the inner realm formation. Destroy it within 3 years at all costs. All 3rd step cultivators of the ancient star system, I order you to go to the Sovereign Council and destroy the formation. All 5th heavens blight cultivators of the various tribes of the ancient star system, I order you to quickly go to the Sovereign Council and accept the secret refinement of the Void Puppet. If you don't go, your entire clan will die. Open the Sovereign Council's treasure trove and take out the Ancient Edict. Gather the blood of 100,000 cultivators and use the Ancient Edict. The Sovereign's expression was gloomy, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. After sending out several orders, he flew into the stars. There is also Down Master Blue Dream. The body of the 5th concubine is his wife, and his wife's soul is still there. She coexists with the 5th concubine. Among the stars, the sovereign silently pondered for a moment before decisiveness appeared in his eyes, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the ancient star system, on Mount Blue, where the Blue Silk Clan was located. Bursts of sad zither music echoed across Mount Blue. The sovereign stood in the sky and listened to the music. After a long time, he waved his sleeve and spoke toward the cabin at the top of Mount Blue. Old friend Blue Dream, do you know what happened to the Luo Tian in the inner realm? The zither music was faint and only calmed down after a while. Then, down Master Blue Dream's voice came from the cabin. I know, if you can lure 1 arrow from him, I swear I'll use my celestial bloodline to help you force out the soul of the 5th concubine at all costs. The cabin was silent. The sovereign determined that Blue Dream wouldn't refuse. After he spoke, he took a step back and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was in a spatial rift in the ancient star system. He didn't step into the rift, but the sovereign's eyes lit up, and he sent out a powerful divine sense. Seventh concubine, you have been in closed-door cultivation for a long time and have long recovered from your injuries. If you still don't act, then our agreement will be invalid. After a long time, a calm voice came from the rift. I'll act. The sovereign looked at the rift and left. Along the way, he went to different places and summoned the last of the power in the Grand Lucky Star system. Finally, he appeared in the depths of the ancient star system. There were 9 fragments floating together that formed a circle. There was an invisible formation that enveloped this place. In this world, unless one possessed the bloodline of celestials, no one else could step into this formation. On one of the fragments, the sovereign respectfully stood there and bowed. Disciple requests an audience with teacher. He calculated that, as of today, a total of 15 chapters have been updated and 44,000 words have been added. The promise of 80 chapters had been completed, and he had completed less than half of it. He would try to complete 40 chapters before the 15th. Chapter 1668. These 9 floating fragments formed a circle and calmly moved through the ancient star system according to a strange trajectory. Due to the invisible formation, unless one had the bloodline of a celestial, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Even if they passed by, they wouldn't be able to see it. Without the bloodline of a celestial, their divine sense wouldn't be able to detect the invisible formation either. The sovereign respectfully clasped his hands and bowed toward one of the 9 fragments. 7 different colors of light shined from one of the 9 floating fragments and intertwined to form a 7-colored rainbow. The remaining 2 fragments were dim and were covered by the 7-colored light. As the tea-colored light continued to flicker, a figure gradually formed within the 7-colored light. This figure's appearance was blurry, and it was filled with 7-colored light. Not long after, its appearance became slightly clearer, and it walked out of the tea-colored light. If Wang Lin saw this 7-colored figure, he would immediately recognize this person as the 7-colored Taoist that had appeared when he saved Shimizu. Disciple greets teacher. The sovereign silently pondered for a moment and looked at the 7-colored figure before him. There was a complicated gaze hidden in his eyes. In the battle of the inner realm, my outer realm lost. Teacher asked disciple to return the Li Guangbao to the inner realm. At this moment, it is in Wang Lin's hands, and disciple can't resist it. Teacher, please instruct me. The 7-colored light gathered on the 7-colored Taoist. He stood there with a calm expression, and his gaze swept past the sovereign. The tea-colored Taoist suddenly said, "Is he really crazy?" The sovereign's body trembled, and he closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them and nodded. "I don't think so." The tea-colored Taoist smiled and looked into the distance. His eyes revealed a strange light. "I'll help you open the ancient tomb and let those people come out. As for what to do next, you can decide for yourself. This game is about to end." The third one, you've hidden yourself for countless years and reincarnated countless times. This time you should come out. The tea-colored Taoist smiled, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. The sovereign hesitated and asked, "Wang Lin, is he the third? Apart from you, me, the old devil Jean, and a few others, anyone else could be the third. He's hidden too deeply. Or perhaps he himself doesn't know his true identity. As for this Wang Lin, he doesn't look like it, but it's not impossible." The tea-colored Taoist priest spoke slowly. The sovereign let out a sigh in his heart. He clasped his hands at the 7-colored Taoist and was about to leave. However, he only took a few steps before he stopped. He didn't look back and instead spoke in a serious tone. "Back then, you asked me to acknowledge you as my master, and I obeyed. What you promised me. Your master cannot leave this place. After I devour the third one, that old devil Jean will no longer be a match for me. At that time, your former master will be my tonic." The seven-colored Taoist smiled, and his body disappeared in a flash of seven-colored light. The sovereign revealed a complicated expression. After a long time, he let out a sigh and walked into the distance. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin sat inside the wheel formation formed by the three essences. Below him was the Emperor Furnace, and there were two arcane void cultivators inside. One was the old man in black, and the other was the fifth celestial imperial concubine. Their spells were shocking, and they could only be trapped inside the Emperor Furnace. However, it was impossible for Wang Lin to refine them in a short period of time. He sat on the Emperor Furnace with his eyes closed. He continued to suppress and seal the Emperor Furnace. Guarding for 3 years was the most difficult 3 years. After an unknown amount of time, 3 rays of light appeared in the expanded cloud sea-star system behind Wang Lin. They turned into the figures of 3 women. The 3 women were less than 10 feet from Wang Lin. They looked at Wang Lin's back on the formation 10,000 feet away. This figure was very bleak and gave off a sense of loneliness, but at the same time, this figure gave off the feeling of a mountain. It was as if just by sitting there, he was like a mountain that gave the inner realm enough protection. The first to step forward was Shi Zifeng. Her figure was weak as she slowly walked up to Wang Lin's side. She looked at Wang Lin, who was sitting there with his eyes closed. Shi Zifeng's eyes revealed a gentle gaze, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. "I've thought it through. I don't want to be your disciple. Never. We cultivators have a long lifespan. I don't know when our lives will end. I only want 1 year of your life. Only 1 year is enough. You guard the inner realm for 3 years. Let me stay here with you for 1 year." Shi Zifeng softly said. Wang Lin silently pondered. His eyes were still closed, and he didn't speak. "In 1 year, I'll leave. If I die, then I'll disappear. If I live, then I'll cultivate in peace. You cannot speak, you cannot look at me, but I'll still be here. You can't drive me away." Shi Zifeng didn't care about Wang Lin's attitude. She silently looked at Wang Lin as he sat there. She was already a beautiful woman, and she had experienced the vicissitudes of time. However, at this moment, beside Wang Lin, she seemed to have returned to more than 1,000 years ago, to that era. Wang Lin was the first person she loved, and also the last. This process was like an endless period of time. She was no longer young. She could even feel that Wang Lin didn't have her in his heart. After all, they had only been together for a short time. Perhaps she was just a passerby in his life. She understood all of this. Shi Zifeng didn't ask for eternity. She just wanted this 1 year, 1 year of companionship, to end a lifetime of love. She was a woman without courage, but now she had finally mustered up the courage to say these words to Wang Lin. Although her expression was calm, her heart was very different. She was afraid of rejection, afraid that Wang Lin wouldn't even give her this 1 year. She looked at Wang Lin and bit her lower lip. Wang Lin didn't open his eyes and didn't look at her. He calmly said, "You can leave." This sentence seemed to take away all of Shi Zifeng's strength. Her face immediately turned pale. "I just want 1 year. Wang Lin, give me 1 year, okay?" As Wang Lin remained silent, Shi Zifeng's voice trembled. Her eyes were filled with moisture. Although she was a weak woman, she didn't cry many times in her life. The few times she cried, they were mostly for this figure in front of her that she couldn't forget no matter what. An ill-fated relationship. Her master's words from back then still echoed in her ears. 1 year, just 1 year, can't you do it? Wang Lin, I know you can't accept me, but I only want 1 year. Is 1 year very long? Wang Lin remained silent and didn't open his eyes. His appearance deeply pierced Shi Zifeng's heart. Shi Zifeng stood up with a bitter smile and staggered a few steps back. She felt like a ridiculous actress talking to herself. In the end, all of her words turned into sharp thorns that pierced her own heart. That feeling was very painful. With a long sigh, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at Shi Zifeng. He looked at this woman who wasn't someone who didn't exist in his memories. His gaze gradually softened, and he softly said, 1 year, I'll give it to you. 1 year, I'll give it to you. Wang Lin didn't know if he could resurrect Lim Yuan. He also didn't know if he would be able to leave this cave or if he would die. After knowing all these secrets, he didn't have the strength to refuse a woman's request of only 1 year. He knew that if he refused again, this woman would wither and become an eternal memory. Perhaps years later, he wouldn't forget that there was a woman named Shi Zifeng. Tears fell from Shi Zifeng's eyes. These were complicated tears. She silently sat down next to Wang Lin. 1 year, that's enough. Wang Lin, I won't take up more of your time. Shi Zifeng softly murmured. In the distance, Mu Bingmei and the woman in pink silently sat down 10,000 feet away. When they came here together, they had a tacit understanding. One person, 1 year. 1 year wasn't a long time. This was true for mortals and even more so for cultivators. Often, a closed-door cultivation session could take several years in a flash. However, for Shi Zifeng, she hoped that this year could pass more slowly. Wang Lin wasn't someone who was good at talking, especially to women. He was silent most of the time. Even when he was with Li Muan, he would silently and gently look at her. In the blink of an eye, 3 months of the first year of the 3 years passed. During these 3 months, Wang Lin didn't speak much, but Shi Zifeng was very satisfied. The two of them spent 3 months together on the rotation formation. She knew Wang Lin liked to drink. At this moment, there was a small pot floating before him. There was water bubbling inside the pot, and there was a wine jug inside the pot. The boiling water was used to warm the coldness of the wine. The water was boiling, but the wine was not yet warm. A cold wind that shouldn't exist in the starry sky came from the distance and blew on the warm wine pot, causing ripples in the boiling water. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the ancient star system. He saw countless rays of light closing in. Inside these rays of light was the army of cultivators that the outer realm had formed. Among these cultivators, 5 people erupted with the pressure of third-step cultivators. They were like 5 sharp arrows as they closed in. In addition to the 5 of them, there were also numerous 3,000-meter-long war chariots being pushed forward by numerous cultivators, each of which was 3,000 meters long. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the quiet star system. They became louder and louder until they were like thunder descending. They're here. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.